Hello friends, welcome to this course. Hope you are doing well. My name is Narayan. I spent more than 12 years in software development industry as web developer, project manager, and based on that experience, I'm going to create this course for absolute beginner level web developers. If you want to start your career as a web developer for front end and back end, then this course is going to be helpful for you. I have chosen PHP as programming language. You don't need any prior experience in programming for learning PHP, and I'll try to explain this language from basic to advanced level so that you can create your own website. You can create a custom application, and I'll try to give you some tips how to crack various type of PHP related interviews so that your knowledge level in PHP is increased due to this study. So let's begin. In this part, I'll explain what is a dynamic website. Before understanding dynamic website, let's try to understand what is a static website. When the web development was started with the HTML pages more than 20 years ago, like in 1990s, it was difficult to edit and update a website because all pages are static HTML pages. So if you want to make any change on the header section, and if it is a 20 page 30 page website, then you have to edit all page because the pages are individual static pages. So a kind of technology is required for dynamic website so that you can edit a globally various part of the website, and you can create page based on database. So with the help of dynamic website, it is web development and management is more flexible. You can upgrade your website, you can add new features to your website, and also you can use a database as resource. So this is dynamic website. Sometime in interview you will face this kind of question: what is the difference between a dynamic website and a static website? Next question: what is PHP? PHP stands for personal homepage. It is a server-side scripting and general purpose language as per php.net, the official website of PHP. It is widely popular because it is fast, reliable, and many powerful websites around the world use this particular language, which is a server-side scripting language in HTML pages for adding dynamic features. And PHP is also called hypertext preprocessor because it can process some part of a web page on the server. So when you request a page on a server, then if a particular part of this page is using PHP code, then it is processed on server side. So I think you get an idea about what is a client and what is a server. Client is generally the person who is requesting the page on your computer browser, so like Firefox or Google Chrome, and server is generally a web hosting server located far away from your location, and when you are requesting a URL, based on your request, it is sending some response. Why you want to use PHP? Because solving the problem of managing large website. In the case of static website, it is difficult to manage a website, so PHP make the web page manageable, and you can add various type of function for collecting data from your users. You can store them, you can update the data, and anytime you can also delete some data. These are the basic requirement that PHP add to your website, and a HTML or a static website cannot do this. How PHP work? I think I have already explained this. When you request a static page, like static HTML page, all the content of this page is delivered to your client server. That means your web browser. So it is a kind of sending a request, and in response the server send the exact file on your computer screen. Whereas in case of PHP based website, if some part of the website is using a PHP code, then server process that code, and based on that code it shows some data. For example, in a particular area, if some data is coming from database, then the PHP connect the page to the database and fetch the data, and it shows render this data on that page. And this is how you can create dynamic pages on your website using a particular template, or say same layout. You can show many information based on URL, different URL. Okay, so this is how PHP work. I have used the word MySQL. So if you are not familiar with the word from MySQL, it is a open source database. It is alternative of Microsoft SQL Server, which is a paid software generally. So you can download MySQL free of cost, and you can install it on your local PC, and using that database you can create amazing website. Like it has a login feature, you can manage data, you can store form data to your database, and this database you can create RDBMS, relational database management system, with the concept of primary key, foreign key. You can connect tables, and then it is easy to manage database, like adding, update. Suppose you are a school, you can create a database for your schools, for your students and your teacher staff, and you can collect their fees and store into this website. You can manage this related information. You can manage inventory for products. So a database is very helpful for creating dynamic page. So this is the basic understanding. Of course you need some deeper understanding for creating a database driven website. What you will need for starting the development using PHP: you can start it in your personal laptop. Okay, all you need an environment where PHP, MySQL, Apache is installed, and all this software is placed in an operating system. So in web server, your operating system is generally Linux operating system. Linux is also a free and open source operating system. Top of that, you use a web server like Apache, and this database, MySQL database, is helpful for storing the data, and PHP is the coding language where you write all those programs. Okay, so here I can give you an analogy of a restaurant. Like when you go to a restaurant, you order for food, and a waiter serve that food. Waiter go to the kitchen, and in the kitchen some cook is processing the food. The food are stored into refrigerator, and when food is processed, it is served on your table. And we can use this analogy in case of a website, dynamic website. Like when a customer request a page, the server receive that request and send it to send it for processing. So PHP code process those dynamic page, and it is served to client web browser. So here waiter is Apache. Okay, every language has some syntax. So here is the basic syntax of PHP. The first part is called open PHP tag. It is a less than sign, question mark, and PHP. And the last part is called closing tag. Within that tag you place your code, and this syntax, you can place this code in any HTML page. And when the server is reading that particular PHP page, when there is a PHP code, it is performing the calculation or the tasks based on the code. Open source software development is a movement, and when there was a movement going on creating open source software, I think in 1994, first Netscape Navigator browser was open source. The code was open source for developer community, so that they can modify it. And at the same time, the PHP was developed as an alternative of ASP technology, and ASP was closed source of Microsoft product. It was Microsoft product. So as it is open source software, many contributors around the world modified PHP, and if we compare the present version of PHP with the older version of PHP, then there is a lot of changes, and those changes are done by community developers. So open source project is completely free. You can use it and modify it for commercial purpose as well, and that's why PHP is helping the whole economy, technology economy. Many people around the world learning PHP and delivering high quality products, and especially the frameworks are very helpful. PHP has a lot of frameworks like Laravel, CodeIgniter, and those frameworks are also open source. And if you are a new beginner and you want to learn those technologies, then understanding the basics of PHP is very important. Once you are clear about basics of PHP, then it is easy to understand other framework as well. Web developer also need to understand computer programming, the basic computer programming knowledge. So if you have some basic idea of computer programming, like you have studied C programming in your school days or college or university days, you can apply those logic and technique in this particular language, but here you will find different kind of syntax, and it is obvious that you are using a different language, and the syntax and data structure, etc. will be different. In any programming language, generally we understand how to use the syntax first, and then understanding variable, constant, because based on the variable we do various type of calculation. You can remember this simple program like adding two number. So we declare first two variable like a and b, and then we perform some mathematical operation using some mathematical expression like a plus b, and we display this expression and this value on the output. So based on those basic ideas like how to use variable, how to use operators, various type of operator like plus, minus, mod operator, various type of mod operator. So these are the basic ideas. I think you already know about programming, although you have not done PHP. I'm considering that. So these knowledge is help. There are base type of data types like integer, floating number, then boolean, then there are some string, array, object, and then resources, and null value. All those are data types. Then you can by using constant, you can use a particular word and as a constant, and if you use this word, it will give some value to the program flow. And generally in a program flow, use various type of controlling flows, program flow, like if else. If this condition is true, then the result is expression number 1, and if it is wrong, then expression number 2 is correct. So this is a if else flow. Similarly, we can use for loops, like first starting from x is equal to 1, then a condition is tested and x value of x is increased, then the there is an iteration process, and using for loop you can count many numbers, like all even numbers, all odd numbers, or you can create tables of, say, tables of 12, etc. For loop, do while loop, we have a little bit understanding of do while loop. Do this part of this block of the code while this condition is true. Do while. There is some switch case option, like checking a switch case option, checking a condition. If this condition is true, then the whole flow is break, you are out of this flow. And if it is true, if the no option is matching, then there is a default value and the programming is break. So these control flows are already familiar to many of us. I think when we are doing the coding, we can understand this, and using some simple example we can do this. And one of the interesting thing is array. When a set of data is stored in a set, in a group, as one element or one data, so this understanding array when working with the array is very important. There are various type of array related functions available in PHP. You can sort an array, you can merge two array, add this array, and you can modify, split it. So dealing with array and playing with the array is very important for a good programmer. Understanding various type of inbuilt function, how to use them, and creating your own user defined function is also helpful when you are dealing with some programming. And in case of C also, or any other programming language, if you can remember, just try. I know that it is not easy to remember everything, but okay, we know that the programming language generally deals with files, how to open a file, write it, or modify its file. So handling file, directories, these are also important knowledge that we will exercise during the course, and we will brush up our knowledge, and it will be helpful for learning PHP. And working with database and MySQL is also important. SQL, that is structured query language, is itself another area of knowledge, like understanding database, modifying it through SQL queries. This is a very important skill of a developer. Then as you are dealing with web development, understanding header, cookies, session, these are part of learning, but I am going to give you some brief introduction when these chapters will come into the picture, and how to make your code secured, how to modify an existing code for future modifications. These sort of things are part of this skills. So I'm very optimistic that if everything is discussed, then it will be very easy for you to create any code, because in a day-to-day activities, a developer generally work on other people's code, and you need to understand other people's code, and for that clarifying these concepts are very important. Okay, I know the knowledge of history is not so important for a programmer, because programmer is focused on the logic and how to use the latest version of the code, but sometimes the history knowledge from some historical point of view helps you to understand the flow, and even when you are dealing with the latest version, the drawback of the previous version help you to understand the newer version in a better way. Okay, so PHP was first started in 1994, as I mentioned earlier, and it was developed by a developer named Rasmus, and later many community people involved in this open source project, and then it was popular. But the older version, like PHP 1, 2, 3 were not so popular. When a little bit upgradation done, and the PHP version 4 was released in 2000, then there was a revelation of using PHP. And at that time, if someone is capable to create a custom application use PHP, then that developer was very demanding resource for any organization, and that the popularity of PHP grows exponentially in the first decade of 2000, like between 2000 to 2010. And nowadays I'm not going to tell you that it is absolutely obsolete PHP, because there are some good competitor in the market, like JavaScript based frameworks. But if someone is very good and very confident about using PHP and how to use this tool, then he can create amazing application using PHP, because the frameworks are very powerful nowadays. And PHP, from PHP 5 in 2004, PHP started using OOP technique, that is object-oriented programming. And that's why many other programmer like Java programmer or other OOP oriented programmers are also interested in PHP. And database driven applications were developed. Now at present we are using PHP 8.1, and it is the latest version. And within this period of time, PHP has made this code more faster, more secure, and many unique features are added to PHP. And at the present moment, from performance point of view, PHP has advanced into a new benchmark, and that's why the popularity of PHP is amazing. And many third-party applications also support PHP. Many open source CMS, open source e-commerce platform, blogging platforms are developed, and there is a big community of peer.php.net is a repository of various type of PHP extensions and applications. So you can add these extension or application to your project, and you don't need to reinvent the whole wheel, because something is already there, and you can get data from third-party APIs using XML code. And when you are getting confidence on using those things in your project, you are really a good programmer, and you don't need to learn other programming language for learning PHP. If you are good in other programming language, that will give you an advantage. You can easily understand a code, but you don't need previous experience in Java or C++ for understanding PHP. As a programmer, doing new code is like writing a new logics, writing new flow, control flow, etc. But before that, I think reading code is very important. Like understanding any other developer code is very important. If you can understand the flow of an existing application and how it is working, then it will be useful to modify that code. Suppose someone has written an application, simple application for e-commerce website, then try to install that e-commerce website on your local PC, then debug, then break down all the PHP pages, because it is consists of several PHP files. So try to open them using your code editor and see how these files are connected to each other in terms of database, how these files are connected to database. So understanding these is very important. A PHP file also includes some sort of HTML, JavaScript logic, and you had to understand why this JavaScript is used there and what is its function. So it's a large knowledge area where you have to understand other programming, other coding like JavaScript and PHP, JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. You need basic understanding of those script as well. We generally use PHP within HTML. So in HTML, you can use PHP code before starting the HTML code. You can place anywhere using a block of code when you are starting the opening tag and close it after writing the PHP code. And you can use multiple blocks of PHP code in one HTML file. But the problem is that if you save this file as .html, the PHP code will not work. You have to save this file with an extension .php. Then your server will understand the PHP code. Otherwise, it will not show any output on during reading this code. So PHP program is responsible for showing dynamic content on your page, which I have already mentioned, so I don't want to repeat things twice so that it makes the conversation a little bit boring. Instead, we want to give you a little bit more importance on using the comments on your PHP file, so that in future when somebody else is reading this code, they can easily understand what you have done in the coding. So there are some basic syntax error generally a new programmer does when they want to start programming. They forget to write a proper comment. As a result, when they are going to review their code, it is difficult, or debugging their code, it is difficult. So comment help you in debugging, although comment has no role in the programming. But if you do not write in any comment, the code will run, but it is not clean and helpful for future. There are some syntax error generally a new programmer does, and they forget to stop a line with a semicolon. You have to add a semicolon after all statement. When the server reading a particular block of code, after semicolon it will continue reading the next part of the code, and all the output will be displayed in one line. So you have to place some line break if you want to display the output in 2 lines. Okay. Another important thing, if you are creating a variable name, then always start with the letter $sign, because $sign is indicating that this particular name is a variable name. And variable is, for understanding variable, it is simply a memory location. It has value. You can change this value. We can compare this with a box where then some objects is placed, or some information or value is placed. So when we declare $username, it has no value. If we write $username is equal to, say, John, then John is a string and the value of this variable is John. When you echo $username, it will display the value. If you want to know the data type of this particular variable, you can use var dumped, then variable name. This single line will display type of the data and value of this variable at this very moment of this program, because maybe you are using same variable and modifying it in the later part, but when you will use the var dump code, it will show the data of the current variable, the current value of the variable, right? I want to give some example of an array, because many beginner level programmer has confusion about array. Array is like a set of match boxes, and you can place data inside these match boxes. And suppose you have 10 boxes and you can place 10 item inside this box. So altogether this box is called an array, and you can add new boxes to this array. You can delete some boxes from this array, or you can split an array. So array plays an important role in programming. So understanding array is very important when you echo a particular position of an array. Like in this example, team is an array. We use the keyword for declaring an array with parentheses, and then within these quotation mark there are three members, A, B and C. A, B and C are considered as a string, and we can add a new member in this array. There is a position of, if you want to display A, then the position of this array is team 0. Like when you use echo command, echo function, sorry, and you place $team within third bracket 0, it will display the first name of this array. Similarly, B is the one position and C is the second position. Okay, you can also create two-dimensional arrays. In case of two-dimensional array, within this array new members will be added, like 3 or 4 arrays all together placed in one array, then it is a two-dimensional array. Here is an example. I am going to create a two-dimensional array. Suppose this whole item is placed inside inside this array, and I'm changing its member like PQR, and again in place of B I'm placing another array and X, Y, Z. So it is a two-dimensional array because the member of the array is again an array. Okay, so you can consider multi-dimensional array. Understanding operators is very important. These are the operators like plus, minus, then multiplied, mod operator, plus is increment, mod is generally useful for the divisional remainder, but in day-to-day programming you will use these operator in mathematical operation. Understanding how to use the increment is very important when you are using some sort of loop in your programming as a control flow. You will use various type of logical operators, like double equal means equal to, triple equal means identical, not equal to, and then is greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. This kind of logical operator or comparison operator. These are actually comparison operator. Logical operators are different. These are comparison operator. And when we want to use logical operator, these are like and. So these are the comparison operators. You can use some logical operators. Logical operators are like and means both conditions are true. Then these kind of signs are used for or, means either expression number 1 is true or expression number 2 is correct. So we use or condition for checking one of the two condition, whether one of the two condition is true or not, and another is XOR. XOR is something like one of the condition is true but both are not true. Okay, and there is another logical operator is exclamatory sign, which is not if you use this exclamatory sign before an expression, then this condition is not true, then the logical flow will go to the next step. What is variable assignment? Variable assignment means adding some value to the variable. Generally when you declare a variable, it has no value, so we use some particular syntax for assigning a value to a variable. For example, when we are declaring a number as $x and adding this line in the code, that means x has a value, initial value 10. When we are using x in any future part of the calculation, then value of x is 10. Now there is another type of assignment, like you can write $x is plus equal to $x plus equal to 10. What does it mean? So it is also a assignment operator that you will find useful, and the meaning of this line is you are telling the PHP per se to add a value on the right to the variable of x, and like you can also use minus equal to sign. So variable increment and decrement is, understanding variable increment and decrement is very important, because you will find this type of signs in the code. So understanding the meaning of this is very important. So adding or subtracting one for each common operation in PHP is denoted by this kind of sign. So assigning variable is an important part, whether a variable is incremented or decremented before or after testing, depending on whether the increment and decrement operator is placed before or after the variable. So this part is needs a little bit of practice and doing some experiment with this, and you will get good confidence on how to use this operator during the coding. Just remember one thing I'm repeating here: whether a variable is incremented or decremented before or after testing. Testing depends on whether the increment and decrement operator is placed before or after the variable. You need to remember these things because you are telling PHP to do some sort of increment or decrement of the value and then do the testing for the next part. Okay, like assigning a value to a variable, you can add value from another variable to from one variable to another variable by assigning. Similarly, the opposite thing is destroying a variable. Like you can use a function like unset within bracket the variable name. You can destroy the variable, and when you use this line in any part of the code, then the variable loss is assigned value. So it is very helpful during debugging, because sometimes there are some undefined variable error messages there, and this message may or may not be visible in the output depending on how the PHP error reporting level is configured. So we'll discuss a little bit more about error reporting in the future classes. If you want to inspect the variable type or value at any part of your coding, then you can use this imaging function var_dump. Using var_dump, you can just x-ray the variable, and it will display the type of the variable and the value. Like it is an integer and the value is 100, it will show in the output. If it is a string, then it will show, or if it is a boolean, it will show using the var_dump function. That is not the only way of inspecting a variable. You can also use the function like echo get type and the variable name, then the output will show the type of the variable. Say the value of x is null, then it will display null. If it has floating number, then it will show the type of this variable. You can also use various other functions for different purposes. Like the functions are like isBoolean, means it will test whether the variable is boolean. IsBoolean is like this: isBoolean underscore bool. Similarly, isNumeric, isInt, isFloat, isString, isNull. These functions are very handy in understanding the variable containers, like what are the information there in this particular variable. Similarly, constant is very important. Using constant, you can define a information. For example, you want to define the version of this code, and the version is the keyword you are using for defining. The value is 12.1. You can use a string like adding name of the program. So define keyword is used for define is actually a function. So define function is used for declaring a constant in adding part of your program. So constant generally doesn't change its value throughout the program. The value of constant will remain same, and that's why its name is constant. This introduction class is taking a little bit longer time, so we want to divide all the classes into a length of 45 minutes. So this first class is over today, and tomorrow we will discuss about PHP programming furthermore, and we'll start from this point. And till then, take care and see you in the next class. Thank you so much for viewing this video. Hello friends, hope you are doing well. My name is Narayan, and I have spent 12 years in software development industry. Based on this, I'm creating this web development course for absolute beginners. So let's start. In this class, we'll understand PHP code. In the previous class, we have created an introduction about PHP. If you have not watched this video, then you can watch it. The link is in the description below, or you will find it in the I button. So dear friend, in this part we'll read some basic PHP code. I'm using VS Code as a code editor, or IDE, integrated development environment. Okay, so you can download VS Code as free of cost, and it is very helpful for creating code, writing code, because it gives you line number, indentation, and then proper color for variable, syntax, keywords, etc. So understanding VS Code is also part of coding. If I'm using VS Code here, or Visual Studio Code here, so one particular folder is open, and I'm using Laragon as my development environment that provide me PHP, Apache, and MySQL all together, all the necessary component of LAMP environment. Okay, so our first code is like this one. It is an HTML page starting with HTML tag, then a header tag. I think using right indentation help you to understand this code in a better way. I am also using some style inside the header portion. So if you have basic understanding of HTML, you can easily understand that it is a very simple HTML page. And our PHP code started with this is a comment line, multiple line comment. How to start the comment, you can see the particular starting point / asterisk for starting a comment, and then you can add multiple lines as comment, and then start asterisk for closing this comment. You can also use the define function for defining a constant. Here my test is a constant, then I have declared a variable $_x. That means you can use dollar, you can use underscore at the starting, but you cannot use any special character for naming a variable. This is the rule of variable naming. You must have to start the variable name with a $sign. You can also assign a null value to a variable. You can assign an array as a variable. There are 8 types of variables available in PHP documentation. So I think we'll learn this in the future classes, but here at the beginning we are trying to understand basic PHP code line by line. Here is a print command, and if you just place print, the VS Code shows how to use print. You can place some sort of string inside the quotation mark. Print, there is a difference between print and echo function. We'll discuss this later, but just one point here: echo and return no value, but print return a value. That is the major difference between print and echo. And this one is a BR. BR is a line break, so echo BR means we are placing a new line here. When you write a PHP code, all the output displayed in just one line. If you use this BR line, then it will display separate a line separation. Okay, and bar dump, use of bar dump. In the previous class I have also discussed why we use bar dump, and then again hello world printing and echo the constant. I want to run this particular file, and the my local server is php dot test slash basic dot php, and the output is hello, and 10 null. This is twice. I have used the word. I'm removing this. Save. Now let's compare this output and this code. When the control flow is going, program control flow is going to line number 19, it is displaying the hello, and then line number 20 is displaying a line break, and then in line number 21 it is calculating x and y. The value of x is 10 and the value of y is null, that means no value, so the result is 10. And when we are going to bar down to y, it is showing null value. If I change this code to x underscore x, I think so, your code editor is suggesting this particular variable of this page, which is fine, which is very helpful for the coder. And try to refresh this page, then it is showing int 10. That means this particular variable underscore x is an integer and its value is 10. So using this bar dump, you can check variable at any part of your program, and then there the PHP closing tag is closing this PHP block, and then this h1 tag is showing this is a text, and then again the print is showing the hello world, and a br tag is printing an empty line, and using my test we are displaying this in string that we place inside this constant. Okay, so we explain the whole simple program and we understand how this is working. We are going to our next program, like understanding the do while loop. Do while is a conditional statement. I think you already familiar with the do while loop if you have learned any other programming language earlier before that, like JavaScript or C. This loop is available there. The syntax is different here. So do while is a statement starting with the keyword do, and then a second parenthesis or second bracket, and within that we are using a line here. This number is, and we are assigning a particular value to we are incrementing the value of x in each iteration by 2, and we want to see the result. It is testing one condition, like this loop will run till the value reach the 10, the highest limit of 10. Okay, there. So just try to run this program. The file name is do.php, so I'm going to this URL and I want to see do.php. I can see it is printing 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. Here you can see the initial value of x was 1, and if I start the initial value from say 2, then see what happened. Just refreshing this page, it is starting from 2 and then it is incrementing the value by 2. If we add the increment value 3, and let's see how it is working. It is starting from 2, then 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, 5 plus 3 is equal to 8. So simple programming logic. Using this do loop, you can do amazing thing, like you can create a table for all sort of number, because suppose you want to start a table for 12. Let's see, just doing the experiment, starting from 12 and then incrementing the value by 12 and going up to say 220, and let's see magic. Yeah, 12 ones are 12 and 12 twos are 24, 36. Okay, the table of 12 is written here just using this do while logic. So we understand how to use do while. Now let's understand the for loop. For loop is also very helpful for iteration purpose. So first we are going to see a sample for loop here, again an HTML page, and inside that we have written a very tiny for loop here using just 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of code. Okay, 5 or 6 lines of code. So it is visible here. I'm just going to change the page URL. The file name is for.php, and we see it is counting from 1 to 5. And let's compare the logic here with the code. So for started with an initial value of 1, and then it is incrementing its value by 1. X plus 1 means for each iteration X is adding 1 to its previous value. So okay, we start if the value of X is less than 6, and then the loop is break. So we use this keyword break for understanding how we can stop an iteration process when something is running on for loop. So when it is reaching to 6, it is stopped. If we place this number here like 10, then it will continue up to 10. So for printing one, continue up to 9. When it is 10, it is breaking this for loop. Okay, because we have created one, we have added one if condition before printing. So this for loop is a combination of for and if else condition. Okay, fine. Now our next topic, we are going to understand for each loop. For each loop is used for array. Let's see an example code here. We declared an array using the keyword array, and some peer valued are there. Suppose the age of 4 persons are placed here. First John, Beth, Roy and Ravi. Their ages are 40, 60, 70 and 15. So we have another array called car, and it is a multi-dimensional array. It has two it is a collection of arrays inside this array, so it is a 2-dimensional array. When we echo car 00, it will print the first item, that is the red of this multi-dimensional array. And for each value of age, we want to display some value of each item. Okay, let's see the output and then we'll discuss the file name is for each. Okay, so the first car 00 is displaying the 0 the red information placed in the first position of the 2-dimensional array, so red, and there is a line break, and then for each value of age is an array, it is displaying the value and the position. So position is a name, like John is a position name, and it is displayed here. We can also display, let's see what happen if we want to use the for each loop for the next array. So we are going to place the same code, just replacing the array name as car and try to use another URL y, and let's see what happened, whether there is an error or not. There is something wrong, and 0, 1, 2, 3, only the positions are there. So instead, how to display a multi-dimensional array using for each loop? That is we want to search it, and we will use this code here. For displaying a multi-dimensional array, we have to use a for loop. Only for each loop is not enough. So first, in the keys, we declare a keys, and array keys are stored in this variable. Now we can bar down the value of keys here for viewing the value, and then we are echoing a line break here. Now we are continuing we are using this for loop for counting how many cars are there in this car array, and then echoing this key and value using the for each loop. If we compare the for each loop with the previous one, you can see how it is used. In the previous one, it is used for only one-dimensional array, right? In one-dimensional array, we are just using the line $age as x equal to is greater than value. Here, where this $age is changed to $car, and inside the third bracket, we are placing the keys and I, and as keys is equal to value. This is key, and then echoing the key and values in a pair position. So let's see how this part is showing. Just refresh. Okay, so when we word dumped these particular keys, it is showing that it is an array of 3 elements. Okay, and it has a position, and the next one is value. So 3 positions are stored using the array key function. If we place our cursor on the array key function, then it will define that it returns all the keys, or a set or a subset of the keys of an array. So it is showing some example how to use array key, and then we find this for loop, then this for loop, and then for each loop is used there. So using this code, you can easily display a multi-dimensional array. So sometimes do you need to remember all those technique for coding? Just you need to understand the code first, and then you can research in Google, you can find sample code, and you can utilize this. So this problem is solved by doing some research. So you need to know what are the keywords to search this. Here I just Google how to display multi-dimensional array using for each loop. You will find some sample code. Use that sample code, edit it, and you can use it. And after editing, you have to understand all the flow, and it is very important. I just want to explain this part. One iteration of this for loop displays this part of this output. Here the key's first value is 0, so it is displaying the 0. Then this second bracket coming from this area. If we just compare this with the code, and then it is echoing the first position, 0th position of first array is red, then the 1 position of this first array is Volvo, and it is stopped. And what happened if we change some value in this particular array? Just doing some experiment here. Instead of Volvo, I am adding one more thing here, like 2023. Then see what happened in this code. Is it working? Yes, it is working. So you can use any dimensional arrays and as a member of a multi-dimensional array, and this code will work fine. In this part we are going to understand the while loop. Do this while this condition is satisfied, something like this. When you instruct someone this kind of instruction, you will follow your instruction based on the condition, right? So do while loop works like that. Just one example here, an HTML page, and do a very simple 3 lines code here for while, and let's see what happened. Just going to our page while.php, and it is displaying the number from 1 to 100 by adding, in each iteration it is adding 10. If we remove this one, let's see what happened. It is displaying all the number up to 99. I'm adding say 2. I think it will display all even odd numbers between 1 to 100. So while this condition is true, the value of x is less than 100, it is following these calculation, with the calculation that are placed within the second parenthesis. Okay, and then it is adding 2 to the previous value of x. So first it printed 1 because the initial value of x was 1, and then it increased the value of 1 by 2, so the new value is 3, and this iteration process continue as long as the number reach 100. You can see when it reach 97, then the next number is, after reaching 97, the next number is 99, and it reaches 99. Is it visible on the screen? Let's see. I think there is some issue, but okay. 99, is it visible now? 97, 99 is not visible. Why? I have to reduce the length of my browser. Okay, is it visible now? Yes. Okay, so when it reach 99, next it is adding 2, and it is, the value is 101, and that's why this loop is stopped. Okay, so do while loop is clear. So do while and while, both loops are clear. Okay, now let's try to understand if else. If else is very simple compared to those loop. Here is an example. Oh, where is the example? Yeah, so we have a variable x, and we are going to explain ternary operator. Ternary operator is very important. It's an alternative of if else. So try to understand this question mark and this colon. Okay, first the user. If the user is empty, the value of user is a variable. If the value of user is empty, then the first condition is true. That means the person is a guest. If the user value is known, then it is login condition. So x is storing true or false based on this condition. This whole line is actually testing one condition. It is checking the value of user, and if it is true, then it is showing guest. That is the value of user is empty, then it is showing guest. And if the value of user has some sort of value that is not empty, then it is showing login, and this information is stored in x. Okay, now the very next line we are adding a value to x to this user. Now the second line is following the is giving the results of login. Okay, that means when we are declaring the value of x, we are actually storing the value under some condition. Condition is that it is testing the value of user. If user has some value, then it is considering the value of x is considering as login, and if user has no value, then the value of x is considering as guest. So we can do a simple thing. We can use a if and else condition, and using this if and else condition we can understand that if the value of user 2 is empty, it is showing new guest, and if there is a value, it is showing login. So let's see the output. If you have any question or confusion, you try to check this part of the video again, or you can also send question through comment. So here, see what happened. The first X is printed as guest. Why? Because user $user has no value at the initial position. Okay, so that's why the first X is printed as guest. The second X is printed as login. Why? Because we have added a value to this user, this $user, so it is printed as login. So this one line condition is actually working as if else of the remaining and the third part of the code. In the third part of the code, if condition is tested, and based on that the first expression is printed, and else. Now what happened if we add some value to this user to user, and I'm uncommenting this section, and let's see what happened. Uncommenting this section and saving, and now see what happened. It will print login instead of new user. Why? Because we have added some value to Beth, to this user 2. The value is Beth. Okay, so I hope you understand how to use ternary operator. This question mark and colon altogether makes a ternary operator, which is an alternative of if and else, and it shorted your code. And use of ternary operator helps you in making the code faster, and it is very important. And in many interview, beginner level PHP developer get this kind of question from the technical interview team. Okay, in this part we will discuss about switch. When you are testing various type of options, you use this conditional flow switch. So you can easily understand this from an example. So here we have a simple switch option. Is it visible? The code is visible, I think. Okay, look at the body part of this code. Here is a variable. The variable name is green user, and the value of this variable is green. Green is a string. So this switch case is testing the value of the variable. You can also place some condition here, but I'm just testing the value of a variable. So switch, the condition is tested. Now if the information is green, then it is echoing the username green and the line is break. And if it is not matching anything, then the user is unknown. So let's let's browse this particular file, test sw.php. Username is green. Suppose I have placed an unknown name. There are three options available: duo, blue, and green. I'm adding red here. So red is unknown because the only three options is given here, and see, user is unknown. So you can use case and default, switch case and default. You can create a nice calculator using this thing. So it is your task, like you use this switch case and try to create one calculator, and then your first programming in PHP is started. Okay, your project is creating a simple calculator using switch case. You can do, but we understood what is switch case, how it is. If we place our cursor on switch, is it giving us any information about this? No, VS Coder is not giving too much information about PHP. Okay, in this part of the video we will try to understand how to pass value using URL. So just have a look in this particular code. This is a simple HTML page. Look at these two lines. We have created one hyperlink, and this hyperlink is customized, like it is redirecting to another PHP file, and there is a question mark, and after this question mark we are setting the value of sports is equal to football. So what is your favorite sports? when I'm clicking this link, it will show the favorite sports is football. Okay, so we are creating two files here. One is the file where the link is there, and another file is new.php. So let's see what is there in the new.php. In new.php, we are using underscore get, third bracket, and sports. So what is get? Get is an associative array of variable passed to the current script via URL parameter. So this array collect information through URL. Just read this line. Associative array of variables passed to the current script. Current script is this new.php via URL. So when you are reaching to this particular URL, from URL, this script is getting some information, URL parameter. So this is called passing by URL parameter. Okay, and I'm also using this information in the title as well, and here in this case. So just check, here is the pass.php. it is a link. If you look mouse over this particular link, and you can see this URL at the bottom of the browser, it's php.test new.php. This is your domain first, and that file name new.php/sports is equal to football. So when I click this, it is showing favorite sports is football, and this football word is also used in the title of the page. Okay, just look at the title of the page. Okay, so if I make changes in this particular in the previous page, like football, instead of football I'm adding baseball or handball, then what happened? I'm going to my previous page, refreshing the page, and clicking on that particular link. It is showing handball. So this handball information is coming from the previous page. Then what is you will find this kind of question, what is the use of $_get? The answer is good answer, good technical answer is it is an associative array, okay, of variables passed to the current script via URL parameter. That means this information is actually coming from the URL. I think you get an idea. There is a lot of use of this particular $_get array. Now we will do the same tasks using a session variable. So we are trying to understand passing values using a session. So let's examine this particular code. In this particular code, we have declared one function. It is our default invent function, session start a new session or resume the existing session. Then if the session using this associative array $_session, and we are giving a name of this array, and like game, and it has a value. So it is associative array session contain variable available in the current script. Session function, you can read more about session function in the PHP documentation, but here we are going to place one piece of information in session variable, and the variable name is game. It is a session variable, and we are adding this cricket as a piece of information there. Now when you are going to pass this particular information after this session, starting the session, we are declaring the value of this particular session, and then clicking on this page we'll see that session related data on the next part. So just check this page, pass-session. When I'm clicking this link, it is showing me my favorite sports is football, like the earlier. This information is getting from the URL, but this cricket, I like the game of cricket, this cricket information is coming from the session variable. Okay, suppose I want to visit this URL without the previous session, previous page, without visiting the previous page, then I will not get, I will get a different information. Okay, how can I check this? Just see, is it visible there? Sorry, this part was not visible when I was discussing this. Anyway, I hope it will. So if I want to visit this particular URL without visiting the previous page, then what will happen? It will show an error. You can ignore that particular error, but it will exit this page. It will not show me in my favorite sports is football. This part will not be displayed. So for testing, I am using a private window, and here I am trying to visit this particular page. Here it is showing a notice, forget this line. It is showing, sorry, you don't like cricket. How it is working? It is using this session. So here you can see, before starting the page, we are adding a condition. This session underscore start is continuing the previous session, and it is checking the value of this associative array of that name is game. And if it is not equal to cricket, then it is echoing this content or echoing this message, and it is exiting this file. As a result, no, the next information is not printing on the page. Okay, so we can understand how we can use this session variable for when we are developing a page where we want to display the username, which is already fetched from the previous page. So this is how we can pass information from one page to another page using session variable or using a URL $_get. So in this particular video, we understand use of $_get associative array and as $_session associative array. These are two important concepts in PHP. I hope this is going to be helpful, and similarly we'll explore many other concepts relevant to basic concept about PHP. I think within a few class we can start a complete project, and hope you are enjoying. If you have any feedback, you can comment in the comment section below, and let's enjoy learning programming. One of the most important part of programming is practice, and try to solve the problem. No matter it is a very complex or simple, try to write your own code and try to use your existing knowledge repeatedly again and again for solving various type of things. So these two class I have is just a beginning. We hope we can make this particular program, this course, very helpful for beginner level developer, and you will get overall idea how to develop a PHP based web development or PHP based web application. So hope guys you enjoy this course, and see you guys in the next class. Thank you so much for listening this video till now. Hello friends, today we'll talk about content management system or CMS. Any organization who wants to publish their content on the web needs a content management system. And if you want to start your website, then probably you also need a content management system, so that you don't need to hire a developer for adding a single piece of article or creating a new page. So this is such a skill that can gives you the option to manage your website without help of a web developer. And amazingly, if you learn this skill and you know various type of content management system, then you can get a job in any organization who run their content management system for various purpose. So we will deep dive into this particular topic, and we'll try to understand everything about content management system, what is content management system, what is the purpose of content management system, how you can build your own content management system, everything from A to Z about content management system. So let's begin. If you are interested in any of these topics, please stick around till the end of this video for your new update. If you are liking this video, please hit the subscribe button, like the video, and click the... So without further ado, let's try to understand the definition of content management system. It is a software tool and it lets user add, publish, edit, and remove the content from your website using your web browser. And you can do this using your device like smartphone, tablet, or desktop computer. That means you don't need any special software for managing your web page content, and this is the beauty of content management system. So let's try to understand what is other definition available about content management system. According to Wikipedia, it defines that the content management system as a process or a system that is used to organize and facilitate collaboration, collection of documents, and other content. Little bit more technical. The word here, collaborate, means you can hire some group of people for managing your content, and all of them will get author access or editor access to edit this content, and that is how you can build a group of content. A group of author can build the content. Think about a media house publishing their news, various reporter working on the same report, and they are adding the content about a topic, and all together it is become a article which is helpful for the reader. Okay, so this is how it is building some sort of collaboration. Then some scripting language is required for building the content management system. So a CMS software is written using scripting language, especially server-side scripting language, so that when you send some request to a server, it processes the data from the database, and you can see the page on your screen based on the database, the record in the database. So there are various things involved in this process: the database, the server, and the web browsers. So you have to host your CMS on a web hosting server so that it can be accessible throughout the world using internet. Of course, database is a significant part. It depends how much data is going to store into your CMS, like how many articles, how many pages. So you need a strong database for large number of content, and this content you include text, image, audio, video, etc. So content and settings for a website are usually stored in a database, and for each page request that comes to the web server, the script combine information from the database and other assets like JavaScript file, CSS file, images, and that forms the dynamic page, and you can view their page on the web browser. That is the technology behind the CMS script. We are talking about the major features of CMS. In a CMS, generally the site owner store the content, and they use some sort of WYSIWYG, that is what you see, what you get, this kind of editor. Using that you can edit the content just like MS Word. And then the next point is it is combined with some customizable template. That means you can change the front end of your website using the template, and template is not actually relevant to the core code of the CMS. We are talking about general all type of CMS. We'll discuss different type of CMS later, so if you are interested, keep till the end of this video and you will get a complete picture. And probably you will, after watching this video, will get more confident about CMS. And then there are some content hierarchy available in CMS. You will find that the CMS how you in indexing your page, because you can add various SEO related information through the CMS administrator login area. You can integrate file manager, you can upload various type of files, and there are some nowadays some AI power based CMS are available. That provide metadata relevant to page automatically, and that is also a boost for your website. And you can manage your old digital asset, and you can archive them, your old asset, into the database for future record. Think about a website like New York Times managing their old data. You can find a story from 2005 2006 from the archives. Okay, the next features are the administrative part. You get governance over the content. Nobody can access without your permission. You can see who has edited the particular page, so that is giving some sort of governance. You get a complete analytical report from the CMS about user behavior, who is using these pages, and number of views, etc. These are the general features of a CMS. And you can integrate some sort of help text. Then you can set some sort of alert system like push notification. That is also helpful in getting more and more visitors. Next, when you are building your site using CMS, it gives some inbuilt SEO tool, and the URL become more SEO friendly. You can add some meaningful URL that will attract more reader. And content also AI driven and personalized. So some advanced level content management system provide various theme like a dark theme and light theme depending on the mood of the viewers. And it also supports multi-language features. As a result, you can publish the same content in various language, and it also helpful for managing your content for mobile devices especially. These are the standard feature of CMS. Now then next features are, you are getting more access control. You are giving certain permission to certain group of users, and multi-factor authorization gives you more and more we call more and more security features. And based on role, you can give some permission to a group of user and other permission to another group of user. You can audit the content. There are some special standard available and compliances available for special type of CMSs, like HIPAA is necessary for health related content management system. So you get more option in customizing your site according to your requirement when you are using a great content management system. If you are interested in any of these topics, please stick around till the end of this video for your new update. If you are like, so other features are like ERP management system. ERP management system means enterprise resource planning. There are CRM for content, customer relationship management, product information management system. You can build e-commerce software using CMS. You can do some marketing automations and social media content management. You can omni-channel your content to various type of social media, and you can get comment discussion from viewers about your content. And as in the web-based analytical tools help you in getting the report about the traffic, their demography, their location, their interest, etc. You can get idea about most popular content, and audio and video transcription tools allows user understanding the matter through the subtitles. Now let's talk about the technology behind the content management systems. So the major backend technologies are like Microsoft based .NET, Java based technologies, Python based technologies, then Node.js, PHP, Go language. So these are major player that build the backend of a CMS. For the front-end development, generally industry standard front-end are developed using HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, and various JavaScript frameworks like Angular, React, Vue.js, etc. Then CMS, what are the CMS options available for you? CMS options are Microsoft-based CMS are like SitePoint, SharePoint, WordPress, and then Magento, Joomla, Drupal, and Python-based CMS is Django. The database options are like Microsoft SQL, MySQL is a free database. You can use Azure SQL if you are using Microsoft Azure platform. Postgres SQL is also a free open source database, and other databases are like MongoDB for mainstream developers. So these are the general knowledge about the technology that used in a CMS. You need a cloud platform for hosting your CMS. You can use some cPanel based web hosting, or the cloud options are AWS, Microsoft Azure Cloud, Google Cloud, DigitalOcean, and Rackspace. You also need to focus the mobile friendliness of the CMS. Generally, you can build a CMS, mobile friendly CMS, using React Native or progressive web application. You can develop it as a progressive web application. Other open source platforms are like Iconic or Floater, etc. But we are focusing on the PHP based frameworks. PHP based frameworks are like Symfony, and then Laravel, Gen framework, and Cake PHP. Symfony and Laravel are most popular because Symfony is the main framework for popular CMS like Drupal and Laravel. In short, what we have discussed right now, a CMS must be user friendly. The CMS must be quick deploymentable on the server, that you can start your CMS very quickly. It is easy to maintain and seamless integration with the latest update. You have the security feature. It must be cost efficient, and using plugin or extension, you can add a new feature to your website very quickly. And most importantly, it must be SEO friendly if you are using your CMS for web-based content. If you are using for intranet or internal purpose, then SEO is not a major factor. Then what is the customization price for CMS? A customization price of a CMS generally depend on the number of pages on the website, then the style or design, like how many style sheet that we are going to integrate on a CMS for as a developer. That will depend the time frame of the development. And then there are some copywriting tasks like adding some content. Then SEO related matters are involved in CMS development. You also need to make your CMS responsive so that it is accessible from all sort of devices like mobile, desktop, or tablet. Okay, then if there is any e-commerce angle, like you want to sell something online, then you need to add some e-commerce functionality as well. But depending on the content management challenges, the cost of the CMS will vary from 1,000 to 5,000 or maybe $10,000. Now consider the why you want to switch your current CMS to another advanced CMS or content management system. If your current CMS is not allowing redesigning according to the new modern web standard, then it is necessary to redesign it. If your current CMS has some limitation, like it requires more and more maintenance, and you are depending on the development team for that, then it is necessary to switch to another CMS which is more user friendly, and you need less coding tasks for that. So the current, if you think that your current CMS is too much expensive from license point of view, then you can switch your website to another CMS which is less cost and open source based. If your current CMS is running very slow and its response time is very slow in mobile devices and low bandwidth internet, then it is necessary to change your CMS, and it is completely depends on the owner choice whether he wants to continue with the current platform or he want to use a different CMS. Then what is the installation process, customization process, and development? When you are starting a CMS from a developer point of view, you will get the documentation on how to install it, what the server requirement, and what are the features that you will get with the standard installation. And generally CMS are distributed as a free software, and you need to customize it according to your requirement. So you can build various type of application like online reservation system. You can develop a custom application for a government organization. Community based portal also use some CMS. When an organization requires some document management, like they are storing some information data about users and you need some security of those documentation, then you can use a good high quality CMS. And electronic storage, you can use it as a electronic storage service, and the security is a major issue in that case. And after all, generally when you are not working for a organization as a developer, and you are a hobbyist and you are running your own website, then you can build a blog or a journal using CMS. Then what is the custom CMS development? When it is a matter of custom CMS development, you need a custom design, you need custom designer. When the plugin is not available in the marketplace or any other plugin library, then you need to develop your own plugin following the coding standard. And this is how the web development companies charges to other their client about adding some new CMS or adding some new plugin to their CMS. And CMS also requires some sort of support and maintenance because because of the security issues. Sometimes CMS are hacked or get malicious software are changing the program. In that case, you need some maintenance. CMS application development must be scalable, because in future you don't know, you need a very high traffic volume management. So in that case, it must be scalable. Now CMS is also part of e-commerce websites, and various e-commerce websites like BigCommerce, Shopify, Squarespace, and WooCommerce and Magento. All of these e-commerce platform has some CMS feature like managing pages, content, files, etc. So the most popular CMS is WordPress. I think you're already familiar with this word, WordPress. It is very popular among the web industry. When people start learning web designing, they explore how to develop a WordPress site, and it is so user friendly that you can customize a WordPress site using a theme, and you can develop your own theme. And there is a lot of features available in the dashboard that you don't need coding for developing your site. And WordPress also provide a large library of plugins, and using that plugin you can add more features like e-commerce or event gallery, etc. So WordPress is more than a publishing platform. It is powerful and empowering technology built by global community and passionate contributor. That means a lot of engineers and software developers are contributing in this particular software, and it is releasing the new version almost every month, and at present it is running with a version number 6. So it is a community-based software, free software, and you can customize it at your own freedom. So there is no barrier like licensing fee. So an organization is basically involved in this particular field. Its name is Automatic. It is a part of WordPress.com. So WordPress.com is the paid version where WordPress VIP provide a hosting service as well. So Automatic develop a software called WooCommerce. I think you are already familiar if you are in the development field. So WooCommerce provide very quick, ready to use e-commerce facilities that you can easily build your own website, and you can list this list the product with the checkout feature, and you can sell using payment gateways like PayPal, Stripe, and etc. So Paul Mayorana, if I pronounce correctly, is the CEO of WooCommerce, and most recently they are going to launch their own web hosting platform in 2023 as per the latest report. So next contender is Drupal. Drupal is less popular than WordPress but more powerful. It is more secure and more customizable and very developer friendly. And I'm a very good, personally I like Drupal because it provides you a different experience from coder point of view. You get multi-channels facility, you get a lot of extensions, multi-language facilities, etc. And Drupal has a very large community all over the world, and the company behind the Drupal is Acquia. Acquia is a specialized platform for web hosting, especially web hosting provider for Drupal platform, and it is located in Boston, Manchester, United States, and around 1,000 to 500 employees work in this company, and they are basically running the open source project of Drupal, and they provide various type of training and certification about Drupal project management, especially Drupal website management. So Drupal is very popular. Around you can see the figure, a lot of website use Drupal, and some very well-known websites like news.logitech, Domino's, IR, etc. use these platforms. Okay, let's move to our next slide. Data reporting. We move to another content management system which is called Joomla. So in my list, Joomla is number 3, but it is not as popular as WordPress or Drupal because it is not getting enough popularity. I don't know why. What is the exact reason? If you know something, you can comment below. It has feature of e-commerce. It has features of custom product catalog management, and it is one of the most popular software package and very old because many government organizations already running using Joomla platform, and non-profit organizations are using Joomla. It provides e-commerce, inventory system, everything. So what we see now, 2.5 million active websites are using Joomla, and over 9% of all known business websites use Joomla. 4% of the CMS market of the world is using Joomla, and 3% of the entire web is running using Joomla. So that is the statistic about Joomla. But if we look at the graph a little bit, analysis from Build With website, which is a aggregator of various type of technologies or web-based technologies. So we can see the graph. The blue line suggests that the top 10,000 websites are not using Joomla nowadays, and the number is decreasing. And if we look at the 1 million website, top 1 million website, then the number is also decreasing, and the Joomla is nowhere among the top 100k websites, which is in this line. So the popularity of Joomla is little bit in downside, but as many old sites are using Joomla, you are working on CMS, then especially open source CMS like PHP based CMS, then you can try Joomla. You can explore the features of Joomla. Look at the various type of website that use Joomla, and various type of organizations like government organization .govs are using Joomla platform. So next, move to WooCommerce, which is a part of WordPress, and it is a ready to start e-commerce platform, and you can integrate payment gateways, you can easily manage your orders, and you can manage various type of features in an WooCommerce website. It is, and then coming to Shopify is a software as a service, so it is not free for installing on your web server. Actually, it is a part of a software. When you create an account, you get a ready to use e-commerce URL on a subdomain, and you can point your domain to that URL, and you can sell your product very quickly. Magento is a community version is free, but the paid version is now acquired by Adobe e-commerce. And then this software is very powerful for enterprise level e-commerce solution, and because of its scalability and the performance, it is popular among the e-commerce world. Then October CMS, which is a Laravel framework based PHP open source CMS, not so popular, not too many websites using this. If you have a small project, you want to develop it using Laravel, then October CMS is preferable, but it is not popular like WordPress, Drupal or Joomla. Then nowadays people are looking for a next generation CMS, which is called the Headless CMS. So in the Headless CMS world, this particular CMS is getting more popularity, Strappy, and it is based on JavaScript, and you can manage content from anywhere, and the most important part is it is headless. Now those of you who don't know what is Headless CMS, so Headless is like a backend only content management system. It acts like a primary content repository, so your all content are stored into a particular third-party website, and a headless means your CMS content is accessible through API, generally REST API calls using some URI. You can use HTTP bars for getting some report, getting some details of the product, of the page or blog post. So headless is the new breed in this particular world of CMS. Another CMS is free and open source, which is known as Wagtail. Wagtail is I don't know whether it is a correct pronunciation or not. The Wagtail is a Python based CMS, and it is based on Django framework, and very renowned super organizations are using this particular CMS like Google, NASA, MIT, Mozilla Foundation, BMW, MST International. So they use this particular CMS. You can try, if you have knowledge in Python, you can try and install this particular CMS and check the feature, but as a PHP and open source CMS developer, you don't need to experiment with this, because if it is better to focus on your area. Sanity.io, it is again another headless CMS, and API based, and it provides a lot of libraries. But next player is very popular, Netlify. It is the most popular platform among the headless CMS world, and a graduate from Copenhagen University started this startup, and now it is really getting priority in Cloud 100. Cloud 100 is a group. There's according to Netscape, they are a large group of tech giants, and this particular CMS is for enterprise level CMS development. And these particular CMS provides a very powerful platform for simple workflow of enterprise level CMS management. So, and you can experience the best quality online platform as a developer, because it is very API friendly, and as a result you can get more productivity, and it is saving for time, money, etc. Now the CEO of this startup, Matt, is founded this company in 2014, and nowadays it is one of the fastest growing web development platform, and you can explore their detail on the website. Now if we look at this Netlify website, then it is very friendly with other open source frameworks like Vue-based frameworks, Nuxt.js. Many websites, educational based university websites, are using this platform because of its quick content delivery. Then the Nuxt.js is also used by various type of app friendly CMS like getpocket.com, Firefox, then Australian air company Qantas, that is airlines company. They are using this because of its quick swiftness. Okay, so as it is a story about all kind of CMS, so I have to include the ASP.NET based CMS, and it is open source, but the most of the advanced features are paid, and Embraco is the Microsoft's open source CMS. So you can also try it, Embraco. Next, the Webflow CMS. Webflow is for designer. Webflow is a no-code CMS. That means if you're using Webflow, a designer can build a very nice, beautiful website without a single piece of code. And now it is time for no coding world. That means without code, you can build nice application just using your browser. So Webflow was an initiative by a again, it is a startup, and now it is getting more popularity because of its no coding feature. So creating the content structure is very easy. You can do a lot of things. So Webflow CMS founder V. Magdalene told that there is much potential for no code. We just scratching the surface. So many people are looking for no code based CMS, and Webflow is just one of them. There are other no code CMS are coming into the picture, and the Craft CMS is free open source, but they have a paid version, so you can try the free open source version. It is also PHP based, and it has a lot of features. Ghost CMS is another blogging platform for as it is a JavaScript based. It is a little bit fast but not so popular. Then we can understand the total economy of CMS. Various organizations like Oracle has also their own CMS for large organization, and once you are using Oracle based CMS, you don't need to go anywhere, but for that you have to be a $1 million enterprise for that, using that, because it is too much expensive. And of course they have a free version, but it depends on your requirement. So like a startup, Webflow empowered many people around the world for starting their marketing pages, and people got a job by doing. Designer can build their own website using Webflow. So it is actually creating a lot of economy around the world. WordPress developers are already spread it on in all freelance marketplaces, so they are getting a great revenue from these. So for example, Webflow recently raised $1,000K for the supporting refugee of humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen, and Venezuela. So you can see these tech organizations are actually contributing to humanities. So if we check the use of CMS distribution in top 1 million website, then we find the first winner is WordPress, because around 30% websites are using this particular website. Among 10 million, 3 million say website are using WordPress, and rest of the CMS are like Drupal. So Drupal is second, which is 3%. But the problem is that if you are getting this skill of Drupal, you get chance to play in that 3%, not in that 30%. So it is your choice where you want to play. If you know both of this stack, then there is no problem. But all of them are robust. If you look at their documentation, they are very robust. And the other contenders, other competitors are like my Salesforce, then HubSpot. CMS is also a little bit like 1%. And if you look at the Netlify, it is less than 1%. But Netlify is actually acquiring the market, and they are actually looking for enterprise level solutions. And if you look at the no code based CMSs like Squarespace and Wix or Webflow, they are actually for developers, not for developers. They are for the designer, marketers, where you don't need enough coding and you are just using template based solutions. Okay, so what are the job options available? If you are a CMS expert, you know development, management, and everything, you could become the head of digital. You could become if you are starting as a entry-level work, you will get a job like web developer, junior web developer, and later you can get promotion to head of web development, director of commerce, head of commerce. So they are the reporting position for you. So there is a lot of job opportunity. In fact, I will start a series in searching various type of job in the open source, in the startup world, about this content management system related work. So thank you very much. I think this was our presentation about the economy of CMS, and till now, thank you so much for listening. If you are interested in any of these topics, please stick around till the end of this video for your new update. If you are liking this video, please hit the subscribe button, like the video, and hello friends. Software development process has been rapidly changing throughout the world. So we need to keep our eyes on the recent trend and standard of software development. So especially when you are selecting a developer, you need to ask that person about the standard he follows during the development. So all software development companies and developers use these tools nowadays. So I'm going to list here a list of major tools that essential for web development industry. So what are these tools? By software development tools for web industry, I want to emphasize on all sort of programming language, frameworks, and application that generally used by developers for creating, maintaining, and editing your website. So there are hundreds of softwares available all over the internet, and when we consider the best quality software for web development purpose, the list goes on and on. So here I want to discuss the process a little bit, like whether the person who is doing the software development is an individual or a team or a company. So just research a little bit about the standard of the company first, then what are the integration and utilities they use in their day-to-day activities. Look at their environment, how their work culture is there. You can get this information from their social media pages or websites, and then look at their previous experience and portfolio, and you need some back and forth communication with that team. Maybe he's an individual and he has these proven example of doing this. In that case, you can also hire an individual. But the top-notch software development tools that are used by a modern developer are like this. I am keeping number one position is the Github tool. Github tool is a server, so it is a online Git repository of your code. There are two versions of saving the code, like public and private. So generally when something is open source as a project, it is stored on the public account, and if it is a closed source account and you want to store your code privately, then you need a GitHub account. So it is claimed that more than 61 million repository were created last year, and 73 million developers join this community. So software developer use this tool for version control. By version control, I mean that you can save the previous version of your software, and as you release the new version, all the old data are stored into this version control software. Another important software is Git, which is a installable software. You can download it for Mac and Windows, and once you install this software on your PC or Mac, then during the development using the command prompt, you can send your code to the GitHub repository, and you can also update some old code, or you can clone the copy of your old code on your existing development environment. Of course, nowadays GitHub provides some graphical user interface for uploading the files and files into your repository, and you can create the repository. Some simple operations are possible using the graphical user interface of GitHub, but this Git software is capable to do this using the command prompt. So ask your developer whether he is experienced in doing these kind of activities for version control or not. This is very important. And then because this is one standard which is widely used all over the world, so my first number one is GitHub, second is Git software, and then you need a total communication with your software developer, with your software developer. It for some peer programming, like when he is doing something, you can guide him about the progress. You want to see the staging URL, and you want to send your comment. So for that, email is little bit difficult communication, because you can see a lot of emails all together in your inbox about one various projects. So in that case, a Slack app is amazing. You can download this Slack app, and it is a communication tool, like a chat tool, and using that you can communicate with different team member. You can see the history, like chat history. You can also allow various team member to give you some update on the same platform. As a result, it works like a project management tool, and you can share various comment about the revision, changes and modifications. So this Slack tool is getting more priority among all the software development community. There is another important tool which is called the Trello, which is again a a project management tool. It follows the Kanban methodology, like what are the things you want to do, what are in progress, and what are the tasks is already done. These are placed in a 3-column web application, and you can move the tasks from one column to another column. You can also see which particular work is assigned to which person who is working on a particular item. So this gives you an insight about the progress of the work, how the project is going on, and altogether you can use this tool as a checklist about your progress. You don't need to give regular report on about the progress to your stakeholders or project manager. So from project owner point of view, it is also easy to track the progress of the work, and you don't need to set regular meeting with your development team. You can see the progress in the Kanban window, and you can also send some comment or feedback about the work. And now little bit advanced tools are like GitLab. GitLab is again another server which allow you storing the repository privately, and it is helpful for debugging, and bug management is very simple here. Along with version control, you can track the list of bugs, and it is easy to install on any sort of device like Mac or PC. And if you are using some DevOps lifecycle, then it is easy to monitor your application through this tool. And of course, it is not so helpful for a simple application development. If your application is a little bit complex, it has a lot of features, then this kind of tool is helpful. Next, I want to emphasize on another tool which is open source and free of cost. It is called Jenkins. Jenkins server has a lot of features about again the bug management and workflow, especially project manager schedules various part of the project using work breakdown method, like this part is going to done at this time, and then the time frame, scope of the work, everything is documented in this particular software. It is the open source software, especially good for Java based project development, and it is developed using Java, and this is helpful for any software development project. You can do testing, deployment, everything in under one hood. So the Jenkins made your workflow very simple, and you can get a good experience about the whole picture, overall picture, holistic picture of the project development from your Jenkins account. So it ensure you the continuous integration process, like continuously it update the development environment. It is easy for integrating the continuous development and deliveries, which is also known as CI CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery functionality. So this tool is helpful for version control. People who wants to use this CIDC concept in an agile method, this tool is a life-saving thing for them. And next, the last but not least, the Stack Overflow itself is an online tool, because whenever you are getting any sort of problem regarding your code, you can upload your code to Stack Overflow, and you can get response from quality developers. And there are more than 50 million developers visit this platform every month, and it is a huge quantity, and there are 14 million registered users are there. And according to Wikipedia there are a lot of question and answer available, like 20 million and 31 million. Wait a minute, if 14 million registered users are in Stack Overflow, then the GitHub has 70 million. Where is this gap? Are they not registered in Stack Overflow? So I have a confusion about this stack, but no matter you like it or not, Stack Overflow is life-saving for all developers. So I have covered all these major tools that are nowadays important for software development purpose, and once again a repeat of this list, like I talk about GitLab, then Trello, Stack Overflow, Slack, and and one more addition, that Confluence. Confluence is a software by Jira, or Jira software. It helps you doing some web-based corporate wiki kind of thing. Like it is an Australian company, Atlassian, and they develop this particular tool for making technical documentation easier, where the whole team can share knowledge in a collaborative platform, and as a result, each team member get the opportunity to contribute on various part of the project, and as a result it is a very helpful project management tool, and it helps the project manager, developer, and whole cross-functional team in various ways. Especially you can reconfirm the scope of the work through this documentation, reviewing the requirement, progress, and changes, change log, everything are under one platform. So now you get the list. You can explore these tools on the internet, and you will find more resources. Thank you. Hope this conversation is helpful for understanding the modern software development process. See you guys in another video. Hello and welcome to another episode, and today we are going to discuss about PHP framework Laravel. So first of all, I just want to explain you what is framework, and once we understand the framework, we can work on a specific framework and we can learn more about it step by step. So let us begin with our discussion on what is PHP framework. We have some previous video on basic tutorials on what is PHP, how to code, etc. So you can check out these playlist for better understanding, but here I want to discuss it for intermediate level learner. So dear friend, as a PHP developer, when you want to develop an application and you want to fulfill some specific business requirements, especially for building an app, custom app or custom web-based application, we use some framework, and generally these frameworks are some collection of reusable libraries, components, and tools that provides you the necessary structure to build a web application using PHP. So what we have learned from this definition, that a PHP frameworks provide us, any frameworks provides us the necessary reusable libraries, components, and tools, and these are structured in a way that we can develop a secured application very fast. So it follows some specific set of conventions and design patterns, and these are very essential for modern days coding standard, and that is actually speeding up your development process. So dear friends, What is the advantages of using a PHP framework? First of all, you are getting a model view controller architecture. Now, what is model view controller architecture? We'll explain this in this conversation. So stay tuned or keep watching this video till the end for better understanding. So most of the frameworks are nowadays using model view controller architecture, and this technique actually separating the uh, different component of your websites, and as a result you can organize your code base, you can organize different layers, and you can make the maintenance of coding easy, and you can test different section easily. What is code reusability? By reusability, we understand that you can reuse some component for specific purpose. That means one code is already written as a component, and you can reuse these for another component. Here you don't need to write the basic code for purposes like form validation, authentication, or access control, or database access, etc. So developers are getting advantages of this reusability, and as a result, what happens? You get a productive environment where your application is developed quickly, and a developer can handle many tasks together due to that framework. Many developers work together on same project because of frameworks. When your website is not using any particular framework, then there is a possibility that it will be a mess, like multiple coder using their own techniques, own thought process, and as a result code managing is difficult. One more important thing is the security. You want to make your web application more secure, and frameworks provide you all those security measures, because a community of people constantly upgrade the security related issues on the latest version of the framework, and that is a kind of protection layer against some security threats like cross-site scripting or cross-site request forgery, this kind of attack, and it makes your website more secure. It keeps your database clean, and these features, amazingly, these are built-in feature of the framework. One more important thing is that you are getting a large community of coder and developer, where you find some sample code, you find some tutorial documentation, and various type of packages that you can add as a plugin to your framework, and you can create a very complex, advanced, and vibrant application. And frameworks also help you in scalability, because the concept of frameworks are built for scalable application. As a result, the major features like cache, memory, then database connections, etc., these are seamlessly managed by the frameworks. So some very valuable frameworks are like Laravel, Symfony, then CodeIgniter, Cake PHP. Laravel is a very robust framework emphasizing on elegant syntax, and it is aimed for people who love enjoying web development and web application development. On the other side, Symfony is also a modular based framework, and it is flexible and scalable. Many CMS like Drupal use Symfony as a framework. Then another is Code Igniter. Code Igniter is very lightweight, and it is ideal for people who prefer to develop something very powerful and yet very simple. On the other hand, Cake PHP is a framework focused on building some advanced level application very quickly. So from this discussion, we understood that what is PHP framework. We discussed about few examples. What are the features that PHP frameworks provide, etc. We are taking a short break. We'll come back. We'll discuss more about a particular framework. Welcome back, dear friends. In this part, we are going to talk about Laravel framework. So Laravel is a very powerful PHP framework. And why? Because of many reasons. And one of the major reasons is its elegant syntax, very meaningful coding structure, and it is very developer friendly. Who invented these powerful framework? Taylor Otwell is the man behind this powerful framework, and he invented this framework in 2011. And it is such a popular PHP framework. It is getting high popularity every year, and all over the world you will find a community who are working on Laravel ecosystem. So dear friend, if you are someone who is very new and want to know more about Laravel, then you are on the right place, because here I'm trying to explain it just like storytelling and blogging. I'm not using too much slides. Instead, from this conversation, you can understand this. Here, I want to tell you major key features that you must remember before starting your journey on Laravel. You have to understand what is MVC architecture. M stand for model, V stand for view, and C stand for controller. So Laravel follows these MVC architecture pattern. That means when you will check Laravel coding, you will find that the codes are divided into these categories, and as a result, developer can organize their code using those distinct layers, and that makes their life easy. That means they can maintain their code, they can test various sections. So in the PHP framework related discussion, we have discussed this point, and Laravel has this MVC feature. The next things that we are going to discuss here is the Laravel routing system. What is that routing system? Laravel provides a flexible routing system that enables developer to define a clean URL, intuitive URL for their application. And as a result, when user click on those URLs or visit those URL, a page is generated based on the query on database, and using that route, developer can pass various type of parameter for building that page dynamically. It includes information about the request, and you can, as a developer, you can use RESTful request convention, routing convention. What is RESTful routing convention? We'll discuss this later, or if you have any doubt, you can add the comment in the comment section below. The next thing is that we'll discuss the route section in detail. We understood what is MVC. Now we are going to understand what is elegant ORM. ORM stand for object relational mapping. So Laravel has a very elegant ORM tools or object relational mapping tool. Why it is so elegant, and its name is eloquent? It is a tools that helps you in database related operations. Now, what are the database related operations? Generally, we want to fetch data from a table. We want to search data. We want to get some specific information from the database table. It provides this eloquent or ORM provides an intuitive expressive syntax for interacting with databases that allows developer to work with database record and object other than writing a complex SQL query. Generally, when you're developing something using pure PHP, you have to write all those SQL using complex queries. Here in Laravel, you get a simple syntax for communicating with databases. Dear friends, in this part, we'll try to understand what is blade templating feature of Laravel. Laravel has a very powerful template engine. These are called the blades. That means it offers some sort of straightforward coding syntax for designing a view for your website. By view, here we understand that it is the front end related page and it is connected to database. So blade templates are compiled into plain PHP code and you can optimize their performance. That means you can add some clean PHP code on those blades for adding a new feature. The next thing is database. When you develop something data driven application, that means the application is depending on a database for creating a web content or page. We call is database based custom web application. So Laravel migrating system or migration system makes the database schema changing very easy. It allows developer to define database structure using some code and necessary it is easy to share those code for making any changes on the database. Additionally, Laravel provides a convenient way to seed the database with sample data and for testing and development purpose. So here seed seed means adding some sample data so that using that sample data you can start the development. Otherwise, in the earlier version, manually developer adds some sample data for doing the development. And the next thing is the authorization and authentication process. Generally, in any web application, you want some content password secured and you need proper authorization system so that people can access that content after login. You also need a authentication system to check that whether the user has registered with your system or not. So Laravel simplified the implementation of authorization and authentication. That means there are some pre-built components are already there on this particular framework. As a result, you can easily add features like registration, login, password reset, remember me, etc. This kind of features on a custom Laravel based application very quickly, and this mechanism is very secure. The developer don't need to develop these things again and again for their new website. Here I want to tell you about the caching and performance feature of Laravel. These are two major features for smooth running of any custom application. Laravel offers you some robust cache mechanism. So cache is a memory that allows you loading the pages on your web browser quickly. Here in Laravel, we get a mechanism that helps in building high quality cache like Redis or Memcached, etc. So caches can significantly improve the performance of a application, and it reduce too many queries to database, and it reduce the computations as well, because when every page is sending too many requests to a database, and it is actually utilizing the computation power of your server. And you already know, if you have watched our cloud-based tutorial, we discuss how cost is increased due to the use of too much computation power. So dear friends, let us discuss a little bit more about the robust security feature of Laravel. In the previous section of frameworks security, we discussed a lot about the robustness of a framework, how it protects you from different type of security vulnerability like cross-site scripting, cross-site request for gray, etc. So Laravel's ORM is preventing any sort of SQL injunction vulnerability. So Laravel take it very seriously, and provide you numerous features for protecting your application from any sort of security issues. And last but not least, Laravel has a great community around the world who regularly contributing some packages, some modifications, some security correction, and through Composer you can add those PHP package on your project, and you can build your application top of that. Laravel community is actively providing you tutorial, blog post, and etc., and forum post, and if you follow those information, you can become a Laravel expert. So Laravel is a very powerful PHP framework for a PHP developer. Once you are confident about using Laravel framework, you can build anything you want using this tool. Welcome back, dear friends. In this part, we are going to discuss about how to install Laravel. You can use a free software, Laragon, which is available on Google. Search on Google Laragon, and using that you can install Laragon very quickly. Click on right click. After installing that, right click and then quick app and click on Laragon. It will open a project name. Write the project name, and the whole application will automatically install using command prompt. Otherwise, you can use Docker for installing your Laravel. The command for installing Laravel on Docker is like that: docker run -rm -v, and then write this particular code /app composer create project, then this line of code. The step is very simple for installing Laravel on your Docker. The first step is download the Docker desktop version from docker.com and then install it. Once you install Docker, then you need to create the project. After successful successful installation of Docker, the next step is creating the project. For creating the project, you need to create one new directory where your Docker is located, and after creating this directory, open your terminal. In command prompt, you can use Windows terminal and write this following command without full stop, this command. And once you write this command, it will create a project, and inside this project you need to add a docker-composer.yml file. So this YML file is a specification about the Docker version and database connection, etc. It also contains information about your Laravel related information, like what is the database connection of this Laravel. So here you can see this file. You can copy this file it is an image, especially it is an image of a Laravel container. And here you can see that the information about the database also here. So the file looks like this. You can pause this video and copy this content from here, and then here is the container for database. Database is MySQL. Okay, and once you have created this docker.composer file, now you can set up 3 services like web, app, and database. So here web is this section, app is this section, and this section is the database. So here we are using 5.7 MySQL database, and then you need to create one Docker file, and that Docker file contain, like, just creating one Docker file. It is containing information about your Docker installation. So Docker file specify which particular PHP version you are installing, and what is the kind of directories. And then using this command, this simple command, you can start running your Laravel on a Docker, and then you can visit the port 88 URL for visiting this site. So these are the steps for installing Docker on installing Laravel on Docker, but the easiest way is doing this using Laragon. If you are going to work on an environment like where your client is looking for a Docker version of Laravel development, then you have to do a little bit of research. I am just giving you some idea how to do this. But the steps, I am repeating the steps once again. First step is download the Docker, install it. Second step is creating a project using your Docker command lines, and the commands is available here. And then create a YML file. In the YML file you are defining the services, and once you have created the YML file, now it is time to create a Docker file like this. And this Docker file is defining the Docker image for your Laravel application, and this Docker file also specify the PHP version and different working directory where your files are located. Then using this command docker compose up -d, you can start the container, and then you can access the URL using this. So the process is explained here, or you can use Laragon. Dear friend, in this section we'll discuss why Laravel is a full stack framework. By full stack, we understand that you can manage both the front end and back end development. Now, why Laravel is a full stack framework? Because it is a very comprehensive tool that has the feature of covering both the back end and the front end during a web development. Let us discuss about what are the features available for front end development. So for front end development, Laravel incorporate the modern development best practices, and it is easy to build interface using that. Using Laravel Blade template engine, you can create a powerful view for any web pages. And the Blade template are compiled with plain PHP code that allows you adding some PHP logic on any view. It has some preset. These presets are like Bootstrap, Vue.js, or React. That means you can easily incorporate those front-end development framework with your new application. And these preset scaffold the necessary front-end related files and configuration for a quick start. That means you are getting those necessary JavaScript CSS files using command line, and you can add them. Laravel has a feature called Mix. What is that? Laravel Mix is a front-end asset compilation tools that is built top of Webpack, and Webpack is a JavaScript framework, and it is simplifies common front-end development tasks such as compiling the CSS and JavaScript, versioning the assets, and managing their dependency. So Laravel Mix is actually maintaining CSS, JavaScript, and other valuable assets relevant to your front end and their version. It has API development features, and Laravel provided very robust tools for building APIs that allows creating backend services, and you can consume those services for front-end application or mobile application. So these are the features that are available on Laravel for front-end. Now let's see what are the features available on Laravel for the backend, because when an application is giving you the both feature like front-end development, backend development, we call it a full stack framework. Okay, so in terms of backend, it has a very strong routing features. That means you can use powerful routing system, and that is allowing your content like secured content, password protected content, and it handles all sort of HTTP request. Then the next thing is the ORM system. ORM is called the object relational mapping, and it is known as the eloquent. It is simplifying the database communication, database related operations. We have already discussed about this. You get some database migration feature. With that migration system, it enables developer to manage the database schema and doing some changes on the code, and for that you don't need to change your whole bunch of code. And migrations provide a structured way to create, modify, and roll back database tables and columns. So these are truly a benefit for a developer. The database migration features enable a developer creating, modifying, and rollbacking the database. It has authorization and authentication feature, which is backend related. It has cache memory related features, which is relevant to the performance, and tasks related, and the task scheduling, which is very important feature in any advanced level web application development. Task scheduling features allow you to schedule some recurring tasks on your application, which is these are like sending emails, generating some report, running some maintenance tasks. So these task schedulings are possible on this particular framework. You can also use queues supports job queues that allows you offloading time consuming tasks and process a synchronized process the request asynchronously in the background. So this is one major feature which is called a queue feature that makes Laravel more powerful framework. So in conclusion, we see that Laravel has both backend and front-end development related features, and that's why it is a full stack framework. Here friends, in this section we'll try to understand the file structure of Laravel. You can see that the Laravel folder is open on VS Code, and we are going to get more information about all the folders that are available in this particular framework. So I'm happy to share this information with you because as a beginner level, I think after viewing this whole tutorial, you will get a very good idea about how this particular framework works and what are the files available inside this. So we will also later we'll also discuss how it manage various type of requests and what are the concept that this particular framework use for topics like routing and middleware. So let's begin this discussion and stay tuned till the end. First of all, you can see one folder is there which is called app folder. So this app directory contain the core application related files. Inside these you can see other subfolders are available like console, exceptions, HTTP models and providers. So it includes these subdirectories, and these subdirectories contain specific files. And for example, the B model contains various type of models, and this helps the developers organizing the business logics and presentation layers and managing the request, handling various type of requests. Generally, when you develop something, you focus on the business logics, and depending on your business logic, you create some presentation layer, you handle relevant request and response. So these organized code actually helping developer where he need to focus. Then there is a config related folder next, and the config related folder contains a lot of PHP files. You can see app.php, auth.php and other things. So Laravel configuration files are reside in this particular directory, and you can define the setting related to various components of your application, such as your database connections, your cache configuration, your service service providers related information. So you can look at the informations here. So config related files are essential for configuring email configuration, database configuration, etc. So you don't need to add, edit, delete anything from this code. Keep them as it is, because it is a framework, and this just you can look at the code and the purpose. You can understand the purpose of this code by reading the documentation, because Laravel is number one in terms of documentation. It has a very nice documentation style, and on every section you will find some information, valuable information regarding the document, regarding the purpose of this code. Okay, the next thing is the database directory, and inside database directory we see some factories, migration, shaders, etc. So database directory, you will find database related files that include migrations and migration for managing database schema. And by clicking on migration section, you can see what are the databases already migrated, like the user table. So this PHP file is a migration file, and it is containing the schema of the table for user. You can see the ID, name, email verified at the time, etc. So the schemas are located in the migration folder, and database factories for creating fake data. During the testing, you can use the shader related files. Okay, so we'll learn how to use those files during a database creation in the future videos. And next thing is the public directory. So public directory contains the htaccess files, fab icons, and robot text, etc. And this public directory has the entry point of your application. So it contains a index.php file, which is very important. And if we want to make any sort of changes on the home page, we have to look at what are the other files that section is using. So dear friends, Laravel framework is a very robust framework. In this particular session we are just looking at the file structure. So public assets has some assets like you can load the images, style sheets, JavaScript, everything inside the public folder, so that these content are publicly accessible and they are not password protected. Now the next thing is the resource directory. Inside resource directory, again you can store CSS, JavaScript and view related files. So view related, at present the view is welcome. So when we look at the front page, here is the documentation and the link is available. Suppose we want to make some changes in the documentation, then we'll find that content here somewhere. You will find that content and you can make edit here. Here is the documentation. We are adding some text like test and save. You can see that this is updated. Refresh this page, test is here. So we understand the use of resource has files that use language like SAS, LESS and etc. You can use simple HTML for the blade templates, and then the next directory is a route. So route is the very important directory, especially this indicates the URL. The route function indicates which particular view is going to load on this page. So a route directory contains the route configuration related file. For example, we are now opening web.php file, and it is defining the list of view that is going to load first, and the web.php file define the routes that handle HTTP request, and when your website is loaded on web browser, it shows a particular view. You can also check API routes. So it's defined the APIs request that are managed by your application. This file is map URL to control actions or closures, that allowing you to define your application's routes and endpoints. Especially your application can also work as an API endpoints. So in that case you can define this here. So we have to learn more about these files when you are going to manipulate them for advanced uses in future. Then next folder is storage. What is storage? In storage you can see other subfolders are there like app, framework and logs. So Laravel uses this storage directory to store various type of files generated by this application, such as log file, cache view and session related data. So when your application is creating a new session or creating some cache related information, these are stored here. So at present you can see the cache related data is empty. The session related data is there, just one session related information is stored in this particular file. So you already know what is session, and it is located, it is the default location for storing any file when it is uploaded on your application. Okay, now the next thing is vendor, and the vendor folder is full of many vendor related files. You don't need to worry about so many files because you are not going to edit them for development. When you install something using Composer, depending on the version, the Composer upload the relevant file on this vendor directory, and it is a house of different packages and libraries that Laravel use for your application, so you don't need to worry about this file structure. Now it's time to discuss a little bit more on the request and response management of Laravel. So how Laravel manage these request and response? Laravel is using, Laravel is using MVC structure, and it is a pattern where your front end front controller called index.php, and it manages all the incoming requests. So for understanding it in a better way, when a particular URL is opened on browser, so it is making a request to your Laravel application. So web server directed to index page first, and it is located on public directory, and index page actually load Laravel framework and the route, and based on those requests, there is a file called route.web. so you can find this file on here. So route.web web.php, inside the route folder, decide which particular view is going to display, and if it is an API related request, then it the middleware work here for showing this page. So route handles these all request and response. Laravel's routing system match the request URL to correspond route definitions, and route can define various HTTP method like get, post, delete, etc. And these are associated with some actions or closures. So route closures or control method is responsible for processing the request and returning some response. And what is middleware here? And middlewares provide a convenient way to filter and modify this incoming request and outgoing response. So middleware sits between the web server and the route handler process, and it can perform tasks like authentication, input validation, logging, and handling any other process relevant to that. So middleware can be assigned to individual routes, and it can apply globally to your application. Now the next thing is controller. You get some controller when a route match a defined URL. It is associated to a controller, and this controller is responsible for managing this request. So controller contains some method and actions, method or actions, and then they process this requested data, and then controller interact with models, and models then collect data from the database. So controller can manipulate the data and retrieve the information from the database and determine the appropriate view or the JSON response to send back to the client. So view and responses are two very important concept in this framework. View are responsible for rendering the HTML content on as a response, and Laravel default templating engine like Blade provide a clean and expressive syntax for designing this view, and view can pass the data from the controller, and it can include dynamic content on your web page using some condition. So Laravel is actually a very powerful framework for developing any advanced level application because it has the capability of managing API requests. It can create views depending on different type of requests. So dear friends, here is a conclusion of this long seminar, and we want to conclude what we have learned from this discussion, that PHP is a very powerful tool for developing custom web application. When you are developing something using framework, you are getting ready to use component, and the development process is fast and it is more secure. So Laravel is a PHP web application development framework, and it provides a very powerful, flexible way for managing request and response to this application. Now, what are the concepts that are used in managing the request and response is routing and middleware. The routing and middleware are involved in handling this request. What is routing? Routing is a process of mapping incoming requested to specific controllers. Controller has some actions and methods. So Laravel provide a very powerful routing system, so that allows you for defining the route based on HTTP methods, URL, and parameters. For example, when you send some when you follow a route definition, will follow all the gets request, and it will redirect the URL to a particular controller. And in this sample code, we have checked a sample code of route, and the meaning of this sample code is this route function is redirecting user to a view called welcome. You can also redirect user to a particular section or particular controller. So you can write a code like this. When people are writing home, it is redirecting you to this particular controller. So once a route has been matched, the Laravel will call the corresponding controller for action, and the controller will response, and it will generate a response. And what is middleware? Middleware is a powerful feature that allows you to intercept requests and responses before they reach to the controller for action. That means before sending your request to controller, you are using someone as a gatekeeper. So middleware can be used as a used to perform a variety of tasks such as authentication, authorization, logging, etc. For example, you can use you can create a middleware defining it will check if the user is authenticated before allowing them to access this URL. So how to use this middleware? Just here is an example of that kind of URL. Like, you are checking one middleware like authentication before giving access to this control. So middleware can be contained together, so it is going to perform multiple tasks using a single request. So dear friend, when you are using some complex form on your application, this middleware is going to play a significant role here. You can separate some areas for admin and some areas for user. So how to redirect user to the admin area? Here is a sample code for that, so that you can understand how it is working. Like there is a controller available for the admin section, so the middleware is checking whether he is login, and also it is checking whether this person has the admin role for accessing this content. So Laravel's routing and middleware system provide a very powerful and flexible way for managing all the response and request, and by using this feature you can create a robust web application which is secured and efficient as well as productive. So we understand that how Laravel work, why Laravel is so user friendly and popular. We discuss about its powerful features like template engines. We discuss about its comprehensive ORM system for database layer, so you can access our database very quickly. It is a robust security system. We understand how you can easily add new packages as a vendor through composers. So Laravel is a great choice for any developer who wants to start his career as a full stack developer and will continue this learning journey and keep learning. And for more update like this, subscribe this channel. Thank you very much. Dear friends, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another episode. We are continuing our Laravel bootcamp and here trying to understand this framework as a beginner level developer. And if you are looking for understanding Laravel for real world development, then these videos are helpful for you. It is a series of video. Check out the first video where I discuss about the basic understanding of Laravel framework, and it is a full playlist, and if you continuously watch the full playlist, you will get a better understanding of this framework. Now let us try to use the Laravel as a programming tool for developing a simple calculator, and it is like taking two numbers from a form and then using this controller, it is adding those numbers and displaying it on another view. So you already know Laravel use a coding pattern which is known model view controller. So here we'll understand, in this particular video we'll try to understand what is controller, how to use it. So let us start with the challenge. So here in this view folder I have created one form which is like a test blade. So test blade has a simple form, and in this form we have two fields, HTML field number 1 and number 2, and here is a submit button that is showing add the number. And when this button will be clicked, this form will perform the section route to calculate, and then it will show the result on a new page. And here in this result, this sum is going to show us the result. Very simple program. We'll try to understand it from ChatGPT. So here we know that I have to create one PHP one controller called calculator controller. So this program, this simple program, is going to do this calculation and going to do this simple maths. So for that I'm just copying this code, and here in this command prompt I'm going to run this code, Control V, so that the PHP artisan command is going to create a controller inside my Laravel installation. So now if I look at the controller folder of my app folder, I see that only one basic controller is there, no controller file. So when I'm running this command, it is going to create one new controller, and it is saying that this new controller is successful. So look at this, now we have an empty controller file. So inside this controller I'm going to write this code for adding two number. So here the namespace controller, I think it is already added. Namespace controller is already added, the request is already added. All I need to add this method inside this. So this method is like a calculation program. So if you have basic understanding of programming, it is not so difficult for you. Go to this section. Okay, so it's the public function add numbers, and it has a parameter request. This request parameter is first validating these two number, whether these numbers are numeric and required numbers, and then adding these two number and displaying it on the result view. So let us try to understand how this is explained by ChatGPT. Using this command we are creating the controller code is here, and we defined a method called add number which take the instance of the request class as parameter, and this method will handle the addition of two numbers. We validate the request data to ensure both number 1 and number 2 provide and contain the numeric value. We retrieve the two values from the request and then calculating them, and finally showing the result using the with method. So let's see where the with method is there, result with sum. Okay, So here we need to test this code. We have already created a test blade where the form is located, and also already created a result page where the sum is displayed. So look at the code here under the public under the view, resource view. We have created this and this. So I'm just saving this controller. Now I need to check the route, whether I need to make any change in the route for this. So I'm not making any route changes here, but otherwise I can, for viewing the route, I need to go to my web route section and going to create one route, control test. Say when I'm typing test, it is going to load the test view. Save. Okay, now let's move to my, and here is the Laravel installed, and slash when I'm adding test, it is throwing me one error. And what is this error? It's required the Symfony component is route calculate is not found. Okay, so I need to use this route as well. Okay, so the problem is that I need to add another route called calculate, and this is going to load my result page, result blade. So result blade is this. Now I hope it will work. Let's go refresh this page. Now again there is a problem. So dear friend, let us check that here we have a test blade, and here I am adding say 200 and 200. The result should be 400. So this form is adding to number. How it is working, in our test blade we have this action. It is redirecting this form to this calculate route and using the method post. Now if we go to this web route.php under route, then we see that when the post method is hitting this calculate URL, it is actually calling the controller, calculate controller, and working this calculation. And then if we look at the this controller function, then here we see that this add number is actually validating this to number and doing this addition. So here in this web route page, look at this, we have added this controller in the top and then adding this route at the bottom. So let us try to understand how ChatGPT has explained this. Like we are editing the route/web, and here we are adding this controller and adding this route. So let us a little bit how the route is using, like when this form is submitted using the post method. This is, I have also used this cache clear so that new cache is added. Just trying to explain this in a, please explain this code, how to read this code, how to understand that the every part of this code is working here. Look at this route post calculate. This line defined as there is a new route that respond to the post request. This request part is post. It could be get, it would be delete, etc. So when you are using route : post, it is a method that provides Laravel for defining route that handle post request. Then you are giving a parameter /calculate. So /calculate is the path. So when actually I'm not able to view this /calculate, when you press the hit button, it redirects the page to calculate, and this calculate is loading the view of result where we can see these results. Well, why we are doing these things? Because we want to clarify our concept, how the route work. So we're going again to this explanation, and we see that this /calculate is the URL path of the route, and in this case /calculate meaning it will handle the request of your domain name /calculate. Now this is the main class controller controller calculate controller colon class add number. The second argument, this is the second argument, this is first argument, and this one is the second argument. This is one of the longest argument. Here we see that the second argument is an array that specify the controller and the method that will handle this request. So when you are hitting calculate, it is hitting the controller and which method is going to work, which is add number. Let us see this in here, and this one is the method. This one is the function, is like a method inside the class calculator controller. Okay, now look at it again. Now the colon class is a special PHP constant that return the fully qualified class name of a class. So here the fully qualified class name is calculator controller. Now add number is the method within the class controller, and it is going to handle this request. Now here arrow sign name calculate. Arrow sign name is the method to give the route a name, and it allows any name that makes sense for your application. In this case, the name is calculate, and putting it together, this line of code defining the route that listen the post request to /calculate, and when such a request is received, the Laravel will dispatch the add number method for the calculator controller class. Additionally, the root's name is calculate. So you can now understand how this simple form is adding two numbers and displaying it on a new page. So let us go to this. Instead of this number, let's make it like multiplication and see how it works. Instead of adding, it is now going to do the multiplication. 200 into 2 or 3 is equal to 600. Yes, it is working fine. So dear friend, in this class you understood how to create a simple calculator using Laravel. Why we have learned this? Because we want to clarify our concept about the controller and the route. Now a quick review how this application works. First, we have created one view with a form and the test plate, and in the action area we routed this to calculate, and the method is post. So here in this web route page, go to our web route page. Here we have this route. Let us this route, and when you are hitting the test, it is loading the test view. When this route is hitting the calculate, that is an argument inside this route method. So how to read this? You understand this like from this this explanation. So route colon post calculate is defining a response to post request. Route post is a method that provides Laravel defining route that handle the post request. Okay, and then the second argument is the controller name, and then we are placing the method here. So look at this pattern here, the route and the controller class name method, and then here this name calculate part is this name is a method that is using to give a name to the route. So basically when we look at this, we are giving a name to the route, okay, using this arrow name. I hope now it is clear how to use this route. Do not forget to add this on your route, otherwise it will not work. Okay, very simple. Create a controller using controller command, that like this. This is the controller. It is creating an empty controller. Fill that controller with the logic like this, a simple function. It may almost similar to it is like validating the requested data you have requesting. So let us try to understand these two code. I think already ChatGPT has explained this. Here it write this code, and here by defining a method add number which take an instance of request class as its parameter. a request class is as its parameter, and validate the request data to ensure that both the number is containing numeric value. So this is how it is validating the data. Request, validate, within validate the number 1, number 2. This number 1 is coming from actually this form, the test bleed, this form, this name 1. So look at this, and it is numeric, required and numeric, required and numeric. Now get the number from the request. Number 1 is getting from the request input number 1. The validation part is done here, and now this is getting the value in these two variables, number 1 and number 2, and then adding this variable and placing this result in the sum variable. So whenever you are getting some data from the form, make sure the form data is validated. So let us try to use some error here, like I'm adding some numeric value instead of this and trying to add them. It is not calculating, it is not sending the data to this controller because the validation is working here. So now we also understand how the validation work in Laravel. So gradually we'll clarify our understanding about this coding, and you will get more confidence in the next class. Thank you. See you again in the next class. Hello friends, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another episode, and today we are going to do some Laravel bootcamp. That means we'll try to understand what is Laravel and some basics. So let us start to this session, and I'm going to use the ChatGPT for understanding this framework. So today's objective is providing you some fundamental understanding of Laravel. It's a very popular PHP framework, and you will be equipped with some skills that is necessary for developing an application, the basic understanding of this application. So let us first look at the agendas of today's talk. Like, we are going to give you first some introduction. So I'm going to tell you what is a PHP framework, and then why Laravel is helpful. Then if you have some background in PHP, then you can install Laravel very quickly using app like XAMPP or Laragon. So I'm not going to go through this installation part. Instead, we'll discuss more about the code and trying to understand how this code works. So routing and controller will be another class, and view and blade is related to another class. We'll discuss about database management, and ORM will be another class. So around 8 long videos will comprise this whole tutorial, and we'll take the help of Laravel documentation, especially why Laravel, what is the reason why you want to use this particular application. So here in this documentation, we see that there is a variety of tool and framework available to you when building a web application. So Laravel is the best choice building modern full stack application. So let us try to understand what is a PHP framework first, and it is also helpful for your interview as well if you want to become a full stack developer. So what is a PHP framework? So here in this prompt, we will look at the major point. PHP framework provides you the MVC, that is the model view controller architecture. What is MVC? You know the full form, but in an interview, when an interviewer will ask a question, what is MVC, you have to explain it using a proper definition. So in any application, when you look at a particular component, it has some view that the user view it from the front end, and behind this there is a controller that showing this content from the database, and model is associated with database. This is the basic understanding for now. You can deep learn this thing through. Let us see what is ChatGPT answering for this too. So PHP framework is a collection of libraries, tools, and components that provide a structural approach for developing web application using PHP programming language. So here you get the feature of code reusability, that frameworks encourage you to reuse various component, library, and module, and it is actually reducing the development time. So for the beginner level developer, understanding this benefit of a framework is very important when you are actually working in the real project. I think this concept is going to helpful for you, but this is not going to help you in solving the problem. Just the concept is like a like the bare minimum information that you have to remember. You don't need to learn everything like memorizing the things. So there is a security issue in web applications. So PHP is an open source programming language, and that's why there are some security issues involved in this PHP related projects. So when you develop something using PHP framework, you can avoid some security problems like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, then CSRF, etc. Database abstraction means the framework provide you some database abstraction layers. Simply you can reduce the risks of SQL injection and etc. URL routing, like creating different URL dynamically, is possible using the framework. And there is a template engine. Using this template engine, you can separate the presentation logic and business logic, and that makes the development process easier. Now theoretically those sounds very techy, but when you are going to apply them, you will have to deal with the real world problem. So here the concept of ROM library provide you a framework for the developer where you use object-oriented programming principle, and you can avoid the complexity of SQL queries. Like writing a complex SQL query is difficult compared to using the object relational mapping. And there is a lot of community support involved in PHP. That is the reason why we want to use the PHP. Now I have installed the PHP, installed the Laravel using Laragon, and it is running on this particular path, say new la.test. Now using VS Code, I am just opening these particular coding code. I know you know how to install VS Code. You have already VS Code installed in your PCB if you are in the field of programming. So now I just want to understand the documentation of web routing. So here is where what is web routes? Let us ask this to ChatGPT for better understanding and better explanation. What is web route? So for example, you want to create a website where /about will show a different page content, /contact will show you a different page content. So web route in web development field, web route work like a traffic controller. Like it direct you where to go, like your GPS. So it is not a good analogy for explaining web route, but in simple time, what does it mean? How the application responds when there are different URL hit on the address bar. So for example, example.com/about is a web route for viewing the about page, and typically in Laravel, web route PHP file is the route that and route/API is the API route. So we can view these two files here. So suppose I want to create a new route here, say about. So I'm going to this sample code here, and I see that if I use this simple code here, it will show me a new URL. But here welcome is a new blade, so I have to create a new blade in the view. At present there is welcome. I'm creating a new view here and calling it about.blade.php. Now this is a new blade file, PHP file, and let us say here we are writing a simple a h1 tag and saying hello world. Save. Now go to this URL where we are hosting this framework and /about and hit enter. Now why it is not showing? Because maybe I have not saved it yet, the web. So I'm saving this. Now when I'm clicking on about, it is showing me the hello world. If I make any change in my about blade, hello world, and say there is a p tag, and this is a test page, and save it, I can see the changes here. let us make this browser a little small and we can do this work here. So you understand that how this actually works. So here returns view mean function returns view. It means it is going to show one view, and route get slash contact, we can use some controller here. So in the third roadmap slash contact URL, controller method is used. Controller method show within the controller. So here show within the contact controller. Now route can handle different HTTP methods such as get, post, patch, delete, etc. So we'll create this kind of routes for creating new pages. Now my question is, one of the best way of understanding the logic behind the Laravel is its documentation, and for this documentation you will get some good comments on the file. For example, here regarding web routes, the comment says that the particular root service provider is associated with this particular file, and root service, all of them will be assigned to web middleware group. So basically a middleware is working behind these routes, and when you will go to the app, then provider, then root provider, you will see that a program is written here regarding the root function. We are trying to understand it from ChatGPT. Like in Laravel, route.web PHP file, where we define the routes of the application or routes of the application, and here it handles the HTTP request, and this intention is to create some pages in HTML view. The route service provider plays a crucial role in handling and assigning these routes to appropriate middleware group, as indicate in the comment above. Now these HTTP requests are like get, post, delete, and a very important interview question is, what is middleware in Laravel? So when we'll discuss this in the later part, but here we see that this particular file under provider is defining your route model. Okay, so here you can see route middleware API, and the request group is this. Trying to understand this, as long as you can read the code, you can understand the logic behind this coding, you will get more confidence in your coding ability. So reading is very important here. So here we see that this route service provider class, it is a class, typically contain a method is a function, map view route and map API route, where it loads the routes from the web or api.php file. So find out these two files here in the route section. One is your API, another is your web. Two files are located in route, and here when you see the provider, this is a class written for helping those api.php and web.php. Now route service provider is also where you can define route prefix, route namespace, or other route related configuration. In summary, route/web is where you define the web routes, where the route service provider is responsible for loading these routes and assigning them to web middleware group. So what is web middleware group? Let us try to understand it. So I'm writing a form. Please explain what is web middleware group in Laravel. Okay, and let us try to understand it in a better way. So what is web middleware? So in Laravel, middleware provide a mechanism to filter the HTTP request entering to the application. It sits between the incoming request and the application code logic, allowing you to perform various operations like authentication, authorization, etc. So basically this web middleware is working behind the scene for performing the tasks relevant to session management, CSRF protection, and cookies encryption. Now these are some events relevant to the page browsing of your application. What is encrypt cookies? These middleware encrypt the cookies, creating by the application and enhance the security by preventing tampering the cookies value. Then there is start session. This middleware start the session for the current request and allowing you to store and retrieve the session data across multiple requests. Now, what is session? This is a very basic interview question that you face if you want to apply for a PHP developer related work or PHP developer related job. Here you can find out this, what is session. So in web development world, a session is like an event. In short, session is a mechanism that allows server to store information about the user interaction with the website or web application across multiple requests. And sessions are essentially maintained by the stateful behavior or stateless HTTP protocol. So it has some this is how a typical session works. It is like initialization, then storage, subsequent request, retrieval, modification, termination. These are different different typical sessions. Now, very important thing is $session. This is a global super global, which allowed the developer to store and retrieve session related data. Now, Laravel is doing this kind of heavy lifting work, whatever is relevant to session management, and they have developed the middleware for that, and you don't need to write all those code, and that is the benefit of using the Laravel framework. Here, authentication, for example, this middleware is typically user protects some URL from some user, and it ensured that the person who has sufficient right, he can access the page, otherwise it will not allow. So now we are looking at this program, the program of route service provider. Here we see that this particular class is using some other files here, and inside this class it is an extension of service provider, and here the home is equal to /home, then route middleware this. So let us try to understand this particular class from a programmer point of view so that we can understand it like a coder. So I'm going to ChatGPT and please explain the following class. So here is the breakdown of this class. This is how, when you are capable to read a code and you understand various steps of a code, you will get more confidence of using this. So here we see that boot is a method in Laravel service provider class, and here this rate limit for API function, because this particular line is a part of the code that define a custom limiter name API. Rate limiting is a technique using this to control the number of requests a client can make to the server and in a specific time frame. Generally, bad guys who want to make your website down, they send too many requests within a fraction of a second, and your site feel like, oh yeah, there are a lot of user, I need to stop my service, and as a result it stop. So here is a limit that how many times this request can be sent. The closer function here rate limiter for determine how the rate limiter is applied, and this limit is like request per 60 seconds, 60 requests per minute. That means in a second only one request. And then route function, if we look at the this route middleware web function, this part is the code for this part of the code define the route of the application. Route method is a convenient method that provides Laravel defining the routes. The closer pass to the route has two group as defined, API routes and web routes. So we see that here there is one API routes, another is the web routes. API route specify the route that group should be used for API middleware. Specify the route that group should be prefixed with API. So from this explanation, we understand how this particular method is working behind the scene of your route file. for receiving more update, more understanding about this code, let us join in the next episode where we will discuss more about creating some new routes, and we'll focus on the authentication part of the application. I think this informative video is helpful for understanding the route section of Laravel. Join me in the next episode. Let us try to give you some update about the agenda of the next episode, where we will, in this episode, we cover what is Laravel framework, what is PHP framework, and installation part. I assume that you can install Laravel, and I have another video where I have shown how to install it. It's just not that much complicated, and here we understand how to create a route and how this provider function is associated with route. We get some knowledge about some HTTP request. Now in the next episode we'll try to cover what is blade, and it will be more eye-opener or a doubt clarification session. And let's join in the next class.
Hello friends, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another episode, and today we are going to discuss about how to develop a CRUD application on Laravel. So let's start. You can see on my screen that there is a very simple application is developed using Laravel. It's a database of students. I can create one new student, like student name is Rabi. Rabi is his email ID is rabi@yahoo.com, and his address is, say, anything like Goa. So the new student is added to our list. I can edit this student and add his last name Roy, save, and his last name is edited. Okay, we can delete any existing record using the delete button. So how to create this CRUD application, that means create, read, update and delete operation using Laravel. So we are using Laravel 10, and we'll show you step-by-step process on how to create this application. So here is the step, a very rough drawing. CRUD, the CRUD stand for create, update, read and delete. So first we'll install Laravel, and then we'll do a database setup, and then we'll create a model, and then we are going to create a controller, and then we'll set the routes, and then we'll work on the templates, and we'll do the testing. These are the step-by-step process for creating the application. Okay, so let's begin. First of all, I want to show you the code here first. So here you can see the Laravel application codes are there. Here we have the route file. Route file is here, routes and web. We are using just single one function, route resource for that, and our resource name is students, and we are creating one model. So under the model you can see one student model is created, and here we are giving these fields are protected: name, email, address. Name, email, address, these are protected. And we are also creating one controller here. You can see the controller under HTTP controller, student controller, and in this student controller we have added this model, use app/model student, and then we created some methods inside this controller. Now how to create a model and how to create a controller? For that you have to check some basics from the documentation here. So you can use the command line here. You can see I have created one command PHP artisan make model student m for migration. So using this command I have created this model and migration. So you can just use this command line in your command prompt. So as I'm using Laragon, so Laragon has a command prompt. So here I am just typing this line and the code for the model is created. And then after creating the once this model is created, I have added only this one line. What is that line? Protected billable name, email, address. Okay, only this line. And in migration we have added these three fields: name, email and address. Now one more thing you have to do after installing Laravel, you have to check the environment file, e.env file. Here you have to check whether the database connection is correct or not. So here is the database name and username and password. Password is blank since I have not used any password for my database. Now let's move to database. Here my database user is root and the database name is ChatGPT. Here a student table is created. So inside to student table you can see this name, email and address is there. So we have added this a few minutes ago. Okay, and now if I add one more record here, it will be added to this database. I am adding one more record. New student name is Sunny and Sunny email address is gmail.com and student address is say Assam. Okay, now you can see if I refresh this database, the new record is showing here. So how this connection is done? First of all, we created this model and then we have done this migration, PHP artisan migration. Once you use this PHP migration, it update all the tables. Then again I have created this PHP artisan make controller student controller, this command for creating a controller, and it has created a blank controller here, and then I have added the methods. So in total I am using this index method. All are public methods. Index, create, store, then show, edit, update, destroy. So what are the purpose of this method? Let us discuss one by one. First of all, just check this student controller extension. Extended controller means it is an extension of the existing controller, student controller. Here you have to understand meaning of all the lines. So first of all, this is the index function. So index function is declaring one variable $students, and $students is actually showing the first 5 students in pagination format. So our index method is used to retrieve the student's name from the database and pass to a view. So view here means one template. So here under the view folder I have created one folder called students, and inside students I have created one view called index, and in this index page I have just created a simple HTML file using Bootstrap 5 CDN link and JavaScript link, nothing fancy, and I have added one h1 tag and a table, and there is a condition. These conditions are applicable in .blade.php file. Laravel allows you using these kind of conditions. So if there is any success message, then it will be displayed here, and this particular button is redirect to a route called students.creates. That means it will redirect user to create template. So here in this create template, I have added one form. I have removed that table and I have added one form, and this form is nothing but 3 fields. These 3 fields are student's name, student email ID, student address, and you can see that if there is any sort of error, then it is showing an error message here. So the form validation is working like this. Now let's see our controller. So in this index method, we are actually retrieving the student's name from the database, and it is showing only 5 data for one load or one instance. So this index method is a public function, which means that it can access outside this class, and it serves the entry point for displaying the list of students. Now inside this method, we are actually using the ordered by, and we are giving 2 parameters here, id descending. And so the ordered by id descending function arrange the student's name in descending order based on their id, and the method, this means the students with higher id will appear at the top, and lower id will appear at the bottom. And we see that as well. Higher id is showing at the top and lower id is showing at the bottom. Now after retrieving the student's name, we are returning the view. Whatever record is retrieved, this is actually showing through this view student index. And these compact students actually a function that is used for creating an associative array with a key as student and the value as the $students variable. So it is just like an array showing the id and other information. So this makes the students variable available for the view. So basically return view, and using this compact function we are fetching this data and showing through this view. Okay, now this is repeated multiple times in other method as well. Here we have just created these students like create method. Create method is used to display the view of a new student like a form, and this it returns the students.create view, and it is responsible for rendering the form on the front end. So we can see that create student is rendering a form here. Now we have another method called store method. Create store method. Store method is expecting one request. So this method is handling the storing of a newly created student in the database. So it expects an instance of request class and a parameter, and which represent the HTTP request made to server. And the first line, the request validate is used to validate the incoming request data, and it ensured that the name, email and address fields are required and must have some value. So this piece of code actually validating the data from the form, and all these are required field. Okay, so if any of this field is missing or empty, so it will be redirect the page to its previous page, and it will show some error message. So we can test it like Suppose we want to add some test, and I'm not adding email ID and adding YYY and trying to submit it, so it is sending me this error message. So you understand that this email is empty. So you can see this code here in the create blade. So if for any reason the email ID is empty, it is showing me this alert message. Okay, now let's move to this control code and let us try to understand it. Here we can see that student create, then request post. What is the meaning of this code? Let us try to understand. So after validating this data, this creates a new student model. So when it is creating a new model instance, it is saving into the database, and this create function or method, whatever, takes the associative array of key pair value. So from this data is coming like an associative array with key pair values, where the key correspondent to the column name and the value are the students related data. So here we are getting the information of a new student, and these values are taken from the request, and it is using the post method for saving the data into the database. So this is how this method works. So here the return redirects is sending us to this index view and giving us the one success message, and it is showing that the student has been successfully created. So this is a kind of flash message, and this message can be displayed to the user to indicate that the student record is successfully added. So we understand the use of this store method. So now similarly, look at the other methods that are used in this controller. Here you can see one method is there for show method. So what is the function of this show method? This method is responsible, I'm highlighting this line. This method is responsible for displaying the detail of a specific student, and it takes an instance of the student model as a parameter, and parameter which automatically resolves by Laravel's route model binding. So route model binding is something automatically available in Laravel framework. So the method returns a view called student show, and student show is showing the information of an individual student. So the compact student, this part of the code is actually a function create an associative array with the key students and the value from the $student variable. $student variable is declared initially. Okay, so it allows the student details to be accessed into the view. So we can access one individual student's record from this URL by slash and then one particular record, say edit. So one particular record is viewable using this ID. Okay, on edit function, look at the edit function. Here edit is another method. So edit is actually calling the view edit. Here we have the edit related code. So it's not simple form is there. We are using the same form that we use for creating one record. So the both page is using the same code. Now you can modify this edit and create using different style, that is different depending on the cosmetic part of the site, but you have to understand all the steps of this controller, and look at the controller again. Let's go to our controller, and here you can see that one update function is there. How this update method or function is working? It is actually updating the student record. So it is expecting some request class and an instance of student model as parameter. And the first line, this request validation, again validating the record whether these are not empty or empty, etc. And then the empty then the student field request post arrow save, and this is actually updating the property of our $student variable. This line is updating the property of this variable. And for remembering this thought, you have to learn this something like this, that actually this arrow sign is actually updating the property of one variable, and the data from the request post data, and it is saved into the database. So basically this line is actually saving the data to your database and then redirecting the user to the main index page. And destroy page is very simple. Destroy method is actually deleting this record, student arrow delete. So here you can see there is a similarity between these two lines: student arrow fill, student arrow delete. So fill is expecting some additional information, is some post data, and then it is saving, arrow saving. So this line is very important. And you can see this return redirect function is used frequently. So what is the meaning of using this redirect function? Actually Laravel automatically generates some standard code that is create, read, update, delete for the student resource using some RESTful convention. So I have made one note here for understanding. So let's move to our route, and you can see this get student means index of the displayed list of all student, then post student route the store of a new student into the database. So delete individual student. So this type of routes are doing some tasks relevant to create, read, update and delete. So dear friends, now you can understand the step-by-step process, and do not forget to add this line. This line is very important in the route. So in route you have to add this controller, and in controller file you have to add this model. These things are generally common mistake. When you are creating controller, your controller is not adding the model, so you have to add this use model line, and on the route web.php file you have to add this controller use controller, then this function will work. Now for remembering everything using a short way, like a simple way, I am giving you the steps again. Okay, I can explain this. First you are installing the Laravel, then connecting the database, then creating model. For creating model you are using this command. Your model is created. Now you go in model, you are specifying which particular fields are fillable. Okay, and then you are running this migrate command. When you are running migrate command, then Laravel is automatically updating the database. So if your database is empty, you will see the student table is added automatically because of this model, And because of this model, not only because of this model, you are also creating a migration file here. So migration create student underscore table, it is automatically created due to this line of code -m. So this thing is created, and here you are specifying what are the additional field you are going to add here. So suppose now I want to add a new field, so I can say I want to add information about their phone number. So add string, and here I'm adding a phone number. Okay, so for that, what are the changes I will need to do? I have to add this phone number to my fillable items here. Okay, phone number is added. Now I have to edit this to my forms as well. So where is the form? So here I'm adding one more field as phone number required. Okay, and I have to add this here as well. So new field is added. Now I have to edit my template files, like let's go to index. Here student, I'm adding one more field here, student phone, save, and here one more td, student phone, save. Now my template is updated for showing the phone number. I have to edit the other template, like create. In create, I am finding that there is address, this one. So let us copy this one, copy and paste. Here it is student phone number. Here I'm adding this as phone. Okay, and error as phone. Okay, and message, this placeholder is student phone number. It will save. So this is how you have to edit this. I'm editing this, and I'm going to edit this one as well, and do the changes, necessary changes, like student phone, name is phone, placeholder is phone, student phone, save. So here in this create, you have to edit this student error. Okay, edit, student value is student phone. Now save this. I have to edit this one. I have to edit this edit one, show. Okay, show. I need to add one more line, student phone, one line here, student phone. Okay, save. Okay. Now what is the next thing? I have to run this migrate for line for migration. Before that, I'm just checking my database here. In this database, we can see only 3 fields. Let us see the structure. Only these fields are available: line, a name, email, and address. We are going to add one more field here. So for that, go to our command line. Okay, I'm adding one more line and close the console and adding this. Okay, cd, I'm adding this migrate. Nothing to migrate. Why? Because I have not changed this. Nothing to migrate. Let us try this one. So I'm adding a new field to this database. So the field is successful. Now I am applying the previous one again. Migration is running and migration is done. Now I'm refreshing this field. So you will see one new migration file is created here under migration table, and here you have to write additional line like table string here phone number, and then save it. And now you are again going to run this code, nothing to migrate. So here I have just edited the table name and added the new field name. So after running a migration like this, we can see a new field is added. Here is the new field. You can see this new field is added. Go to the structure and there is the new field. So when you are editing one record, you can see an additional field. There is a phone number. Phone number is empty right now. So suppose we are adding this phone number 123. Go edit, go edit. So phone number is edit phone number, edit. Okay, now let's see the view, and this view is refresh, and you can see the additional field is added. So this is how you can add a new field in your CRUD item. So here is a recap again how I have executed this. Just you need to write a here there was a mistake first, so I'm adding one more column, just this students, enter. So you will see a new migration file here created according to the date stamp. And here suppose you want to add one more record, so just add this field, whatever field you want to add here, and say field name. New field name is say phone number, address, then subject. Okay, save, and then run the migration. Migration is running. Now go to your database and refresh it. You can see a new column is added, subject column is added. This is how you can add a new column to your database using migration. So dear guys, I think you understood the use of a CRUD application, how to create it, and once you are clear about, you can also use tinker command, PHP artisan tinker command, and you can run one database query like alter table and add a field like this. I'm giving you the code here, sample code here. Just you can use PHP artisan tinker, and then you can add a new field. I hope this tutorial is helpful for you, and we have created one CRUD application, easy CRUD application, and how to edit it. Thank you so much for watching. See you guys in the next time.
Hello, welcome to another episode. Today we are going to discuss about the 2024 WordPress theme. So I think you have already visited the blog about WordPress theme development on my website. It is one of the most popular video. It is 1 hour video on WordPress plugin development and WordPress theme development. So you can check out these videos for better understanding. Our today's blog is about the WordPress theme and its structure, how to do the basic modification on a WordPress theme. Generally WordPress 2024 is a very stylish theme compared to the other default theme of WordPress. And so here 2024.wordpress.net providing you the information about the various type of pattern and how you can build your portfolio website, your personal blog or business website using this brand new theme. It provides you many ready to use patterns. That means you can easily create a layout using its default page patterns. So we see there are like 2, 3, 4 major page patterns available. One of them is like portfolio, one is like email subscriber, frequently asked question section. You can also add your team image, and the footer section is like that. So this is the default layout. I think within this design, so first of all, let us check out the different layout. This is the page layout. Is a narrow sleek layout, especially good for blogging purpose. A single post is like that. You can add an image, title, then this narrow width is more helpful for concentrating on the content, and the typography is very very easy to read and good for eyes, something like this. This is like a category page where you can see the post like a grid, and this is 404 page. Generally the search page is like that. When you search some terms, the blog post source shows like this. Here is a list of pattern that you see here. This is the home page, individual writer page. The pricing page is like this. You can add some pricing service. So I think this 2024 is good enough for a business website. There is a call to action button, then frequently asked questions section, everything. So in this particular blog, you can select any of this style like black, then this fossil color, mint color. So this is like a click of a button, you can change this. There are some demos available. This is photographer kind of website, and this is a blogger's website. Okay, now from here you can download this theme. It is one of the most popular theme right now. On a day to day, more than 1,000 downloads are there. You can get support in this particular section. View the support forum. Here you can ask any question regarding this theme, modification, etc. Now I have installed this theme here on my local server. I'm going to show you some code here. The basic backbone of the theme is the theme.json file. Generally you can make modification on this particular JSON file, and it will create some kind of changes in terms of the style sheet. So here is the pattern color, is the base color. So this JSON file work like the key controller of the theme. If you look at the theme structure, you will find that the major folders here are the assets, styles, and templates. So first part is asset. Inside asset you will get the CSS file, font file. Generally these fonts are default with this, like Jost, Inter, and Cardo. If you want to add a new font, download the font from Google, like Google font. And for example, I have downloaded this font file. I have to move this folder to this font section, and I think you can change this font using the JSON file. Here in this JSON file you will get the font related information, and the file location is also given there. So if you want to make changes in the font, base font, you can do these changes through modification of JSON file. Now look, for example, here is a hero banner, and you want to make changes in this hero banner. If I go to the admin section, WordPress admin section, and I'm adding my password, and when I visit this site again, I want to make edit on this section. It is like giving me the option of editing. Here I am looking at the header area. Here I can upload one logo file, like an image, so it will allow me uploading a logo file. For that, at this moment I don't have any logo, so you can add a media file here. So from header you can go to other section like footer. So click on the footer section, you can edit this footer, you can add the logo file here. So from user point of view, this kind of editing is very simple. If you go to this main pattern section, you can modify this pattern, or you can use this pattern. For example, I'm going to this main styling section, and instantly I can change the style from white to a different amber color. Okay, so just with the click of a button. And then pages section, there are many pages available: blog page, the HD model. These are some pages that I added on this demo site. For example, I'm going to the graphics design page. It is instantly moving me to that page. I can do the modification here. So this much of flexibility was not there in the previous version. So we can see that there is a huge improvement from user point of view in this particular theme. And let me show you some coding changes that will be helpful. For example, I want to make changes in this banner, and how to do this from coding. So when you will see this part section, these are actually HTML page. Here you can see some short code. In header, these are also short code. Very less HTML codes are used. This short code is actually adding the component of the logo. This short code is adding the component of the title. So these are in a group, like group starting and group ending. I am going to change this particular text. How to do this? So go to template section. Here I can see the different template are in HTML file. Earlier these template files were .php file. Now these are in .html file. And here in the banner hero section, inside the patterns are .php file. We can find out this particular text, this A1 committed this. Let me change this for a moment, so that here I'm adding, instead of A, B 1 2 3, save. And now if I refresh this page, this is automatically changed B1 to 3. So this is how you can change the banner text. And if you want to make editing on page, like here, you can also do this on page. Like I'm going to add like C1 2 3 and save. Refresh this page. It is not changing. Maybe saving is not working. Save this. Site is updated. Refresh. Now C1 2 3. So you can make editing using this editor, page editor, or you can edit them from the default files. Okay, so you have to find out which section is actually associated with which particular page. So here the basic structure is like there are some default templates, and these templates are using some patterns. So we just want to see that how this home banner is using this banner hero is used in the home template. So we see that it is taking the 2024 template home business and the slug. This is the shortcode for the template when in the index page. We also see there are some component, and this component is using some sort of parameter that indicating what are the information that they want to use here in this component. So if you want to know more about this particular concept, then I recommend go through this blog on make.wordpress.org. Here you will understand the concept behind the 2024 theme, and this is targeted for the writer, blogger, and they created this layout that fulfilled the demand of entrepreneur, writer, individuals. And here is a interesting video that shows you the editing part. Here you can modify one individual section, is background, is color, text, header. Basically on a page you see this component h1 to h6, its font style, appearance, and so pretty much understandable. Like when you select one section, you can change your style and save it using your custom input. So when you are making changes on this area, actually you are adding some new information to this JSON file about the styling. So you can modify the background color like this, page background color. You can justify the content width, and these flexibility were not present in the previous version. So in these terms you can see that this is more advanced. Now 2020 there were other themes. Those are the previous theme. Compared to those previous theme, this theme is more advanced. There is a Figma file available on GitHub regarding the design of 2024. So you can access this Figma file here. So dear friends, I think you are now getting a better concept about 2024 and its editing. So you understand various type of group like the navigation, styling, page patterns, and I hope with this information it will be more easy, like editing a WordPress site using 2024 theme. This was my review about 2024 theme and its feature. See you guys in the next episode. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Hello friends, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another episode, and today we are going to know a very powerful productive tool called Laragon. So I will review the website, and with the help of this documentation I will try to understand how this tool become a developer toolkit, and it is going to solve almost all the necessary configuration for building your development environment at your local machine. It could be a Windows or a Linux. So Laragon, as we see on this website, it is saying that it is a modern, powerful and easy operation productive tool. It is fast, portable and effective. So many adjectives and qualities are mentioned in this tool, but we will try to understand it one by one from every aspect. So Laravel is already installed here. It is 6.0 version and running on a Windows PC. So you can see that uh, as we see, it is a development toolkit. Earlier I was using Exam as a local development tool, and now I found Laravel, and it is just awesome. Look at the documentation part. What is Laragon? Laragon is a portable, isolated, fast, powerful, universal development environment that includes PHP, Node.js, Python, Java, Go, Ruby, and it is lightweight and easy to use. So if you are a programmer, if you are learning this programming language, then this tool is very powerful for you. So Laragon is great for building modern web application, and it is focused on the simplicity and flexibility. Laragon is very lightweight. It will stay lean as possible, so you don't need to install heavyweight application for that compared to Docker and other software. So in the featured list, it has the pretty URL. That means instead of localhost / app, you can create some URL that looks like a domain, like app.test. It is portable. You can move the folder around. That means you can use another laptop or a cloud. You can do also cloud synchronization. It is isolated because Laragon has an isolated development environment in your OS, and it will keep the system clean. That is, it is not going to add garbage content to your operating system. Unlike other that are pre-configured to you, and Laragon is auto-configure for all complicated things that you don't need to install PHP, MySQL separately. You are getting this installed on your development environment. So with the help of this, you can easily install WordPress CMS in one click. You can create a blank project using one click, or you can enable or disable some PHP extension. So let me show you this in the live way. Like, here is the quick version. When you click WordPress, it will automatically start installing WordPress. Or if you want to on and off some PHP extension, then you can see these extensions are on. I can off any of this extension, and you can install more extension. The PHP INI setting is there, so you can edit it anytime. You can on and off the extension. Now next, here we can see in this screen, we can understand that it is running the Apache server, MySQL 5.7, Nginx, Redis, and other databases, so in different ports. So here we can see that it is running MySQL 8, and if I want to just check the setting here, I can make this advanced setting. Like, I can make this Nginx on, Redis on from this setting preference setting section. Okay, so it is easy. Just next, and here this is the welcome screen. When you install it, go, then following the next step, you can install easily. Once it is installed, go to menu and quick app, and you can start installing the app. So by default, the content of this app will be loaded to www folder, and you can get a very nice URL like your blog.test. So here you can create a new project instantly, which is fine. And the menu, from the menu section, you can change a PHP version. For example, now I have the PHP version 8.1. I can add more PHP version by adding the PHP folder in my bin folder. So there is bin. Here we can see the Python, Redis, SendMail, various type of software are installed in the bin folder. Here I can download PHP 8.1 free, the latest version, and I can install it. Let us download PHP latest version for Windows. PHP download. So go to download section, and for Windows this is the older version, this is the latest version. Windows download, go to the Windows 64 development package, zip package. This is non-thread safe. We are looking for a stable version, so let us download the source code, this one. So it will take a little bit of time. In the meantime, we are browsing the various options. In general option, you can change the document root, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to place this here and going to unzip this. Now this is unzipped, delete. Now if I want to change the version, now I can see I have another version available for PHP. Okay, so how can we test this? Like at present I'm creating one blank like PHP test, and the URL will be ready in a moment. It is like PHP test. Let's wait for this. This is the mail catcher. Mail catcher, when you use the PHP mail function, Laragon will display and generate mail info in a window, and so that at the bottom right of the screen, and it will display for 3 seconds. And this feature help you to view the mail content quickly, and you can view the content of the latest mail anytime. So this is mail catcher. So let's go and enable this mail catcher from preference section. Mail catcher, it is the enable. I'm disabling this and enabling this, like it will show for 5 seconds. Okay, so when I think it is not allowing me. Okay, it's allowed. Now let's check again. It will show for 5 seconds. There is also a mail sender, so you can use your Gmail account for sending the mail, but sometimes the Gmail does not allow this. There is a nice terminal available here, so I'm just magnifying this a little bit. So I want to check everything that installed in my Laravel folder. So I want to check the PHP version here. How to check this? Like PHP version is 8.1. Let me minimize it a little bit, and it is running on a 64 PC. I can change this anytime, like go to the PHP setting and change this to PHP 3. I need to stop this for a moment and restart everything. Okay, so it is now using the latest version of PHP, and now check the terminal, and again magnifying it a little bit. PHP version. Now it is PHP 3.4, the latest version that is available on the date when I'm recording this. So some of my app will not run because of the higher version of PHP. If it is a backward compatibility, then it will run. Now I want to check the other options, like what is the Node version. The Node version is 18.8. Let us go to the Node and check what is the latest version there. So we see the Node is now currently using 20 version. Is there any way so that I can update this Node? So Is it possible to use the, let me check the CLI command for node update. So node update command. So how to update the node? This node update, node update npm -g. So here node version, node remote, node install. But there is no idea how to update Node.js. Any suggestion? I did the following update to my npm. Node version, node. I'm not saying this is the way. Download the zip with Windows. What will happen if I just download this and try to install it? Is it going to update my node version? Next, install. It's going to install the node. Okay, in the meantime, we do a little bit of more research on the Laragon, and it is asking for some additional option. Finish. Node is finished, installed. Now if I just check, the node version is same. So I just want to check my PowerShell, and here I want to check the same node version because I have recently updated the. Here I can see that my node is 20.12, the latest version. But why? Laragon has not updated the node version. Is there any way to do this? Update the node on Laragon. How can we update the node version of Laragon? Download the node, extract the zip file, Laragon bin, and paste it. Where? Let me check the latest. These are the old version. The latest version is 2020, version 21. It is released in this Windows 24 node. Okay. Is this the latest version? Okay, I already have the MIS file, but I'm looking for node zip file, node.js zip download. How to download? Again, it is giving me this. Oh yes, so I have downloaded the same. I want to download for Windows 64. Download npm this version. Okay, download option, latest 20. Okay, I want to download not MIS but zip for 24, not AMR. What is my Windows 2060 version, zip version? And now I need to go to my bin folder, and here there is a node.js 18. Okay, I'm going to place it node 20, extract here, and delete this, rename this to node 20. Okay, now here the node.x file is there, node.x file is there. Now is it possible to change the node version as well, like node.js version 18, version 20? So move to node.js version 20. Now let us check the node version here. Node version, it is still showing 18. So how to fix this? Stop this and restart again. Wait for a moment. Restart. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time. Now let's close this window and terminal and start again. Now I want to check node version. It is 20. Wow, I have updated the node version as well. Now let's check out the npm version. Now npm version, my npm version is 10.5.0. what is the latest version? npm version, I was wondering what is the latest version of npm. I think it is 10. npm latest version, npm latest version is 9.10.5. so npm is actually JavaScript package manager. So with the help of npm you can install various type of JavaScript packages to your application, and there is official documentation available about npm. npm is world's largest software registry. Open source developer from every continent use npm to share, browse packages, and many organizations use npm to manage private development as well. So npm consists of the website, command line, registry. Use npm for what purpose? Adopt packages code for your app and incorporate packages. They are download on standalone tool. You can use right away, run packages without downloading or using npx. npx is there npx installing there, like npx version. Yeah, npx version is also installed in Laravel. So npx is a run a command from your local and remote npm packages. So using nps you can install fast compared to npm, I think, for general understanding. Share code with any npm user anywhere, and from virtual team by organization they use these, and discover multiple way to solve the same puzzle. So basically it's a package manager or version manager for JavaScript related application. So we have learned. Another competitor is Yarn. So let me check Yarn is installed or not. And let me check install. Yarn is not recognized, so Yarn is not installed in this Laragon. Did I make any mistake in the spelling? So how to install Yarn in Laragon? Yarn, install Yarn on Laragon. How to do this? It's a medium add quick, or so I see that the tool menu straight quick add tool Yarn tool quick add. Okay, so this quick add, go to menu tools quick add, menu tools quick add, right? I don't say quick add. Yes, in quick add we say PHP admin. Yarn is not there. MongoDB, you can also install MongoDB, Go language. Many packages are just like in there, and everything is free, which is very. So I'm going to add the Yarn. Now Yarn is installed. Now let me check the Yarn version. What is the Yarn version? Because I have already installed this. Still it is not capable to recognize. I need to restart. No problem, give me a second. Waiting. For the developer, sometimes you have to wait because your code is running and you are just taking rest in that moment. So again I want to check my Yarn. Yes, just up arrow. Now Yarn is installed. It is 1.2219. very good. So it is giving you the avenue of a new journey that you can explore and there is a very large GitHub community available around this Laragon, and we see it is getting 4,000 star, and the contributor, like 30 major contributors are there. What kind of language is used for developing? It is basically developed using PHP, Vim script, JavaScript, Shell, and CSS. 70% code is using the PHP. So Laragon is a portable, isolated, fast, powerful, universal development environment for PHP, Node, Python, Java, Go, and Ruby. It is fast, lightweight. The code binary itself is less than 2 MB and use less than 4 MB RAM when running. So very minimum computation is required for running this Laragon, and it has its own service abstraction which manage the services asynchronously and non-blocking, so that you can find things run faster using Laragon. So it is giving you PTURL. It is easy in operation, modern and powerful. So if I look at the code structure for understanding, then there is, you can download it, the master file, and we see inside the bin folder we see that MySQL, Nginx, Notepad, everything is installed there, and it is using the older version of PHP 5. Okay, Notepad editor is there, and let me check whether Notepad editor is there or not. Bin, go to Notepad editor. So I want to run this, and it is running from Laragon. You can see this is running from Laragon inside Lara. It is running from actually Laragon. Anyway, so here a little bit of structure of the directory. So inside Laragon you have Laragon run file. Inside data you are keeping all the data of your application. So for example, if I look at the preference section, so say all the data are located in F folder inside data. So I'm going to this particular folder inside F folder. I want to see the Laragon, and then there is the data. So here the MySQL 8 data, for every table it has created one folder. Like, okay, further you cannot go, cancel. So this is how, if I look at the physical data, like app folder, going to Laragon, then going to, then say recently I have created one WordPress site, and I see all the WordPress related tables are there in DIDV format. Now if you open this using editor, it will show like this. You cannot understand because this is encrypted, but for that you need to use your PHP MyAdmin for understanding the data. Go to this area and say this was the table, and the user table is like this. Okay, so let me check whether this particular, so I just want to check after upgrading my PHP version, is it NY2 tutor? Oh, I can just run the application from this URL. I want to see whether it is working or not. My PHP version is upgraded, my node is upgraded, and the site is running fantastic. So there is no problem in a WordPress site when you have updated these software. You are getting more confidence because you are running all the latest software on this particular. So I just want to check after upgrading my PHP version, is it ny2 tutor. Oh, I can just run the application from this URL. I want to see whether it is working or not. My PHP version is upgraded, my node is upgraded, and the site is running fantastic. So there is no problem in a WordPress site when you have updated these software. You are getting more confidence because you are running all the latest software on your Laragon. Now the projects are in www folder, users are in this folder, user preferences like Laragon respect any changes in this folder, user defined template are there, user settings are there, etc. So I want to explore this particular user folder, how it is exactly working inside Laragon. So there is a folder inside C where there is a user folder, and this user folder is basically relevant to what? User folder is relevant to define the, I just want to explore this data. We have understood that it is associated with the application that you are running, and depending on your project type you can use different kind of databases like MySQL, MariaDB, MongoDB, Postgres, SQL. www is the path where exactly your files are located. Now user run copy. When running, Laragon copies default setting from this to user. So here we have some default setting. Now what is that default setting? Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Leonardo da Vinci, some course are there, and very important course. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. The power of imagination makes us infinity. I like this line very much. I want to use this actually in my my channel's banner. Okay, I like this line. I'll use this banner of my channel. Okay, the command line. Now the way of command line. When changing Nginx or Apache configuration, you need to reload them. Okay, suppose for installing some application, you need to change your Nginx or Apache setting. In that case, you have to run this command line. You can create some directory using command line. Is it possible to use this line for creating a new directory? Let me check. Go to there, and so I'm inside the www folder. So why I need to use this? I can create directory using simple md command. So I don't need this, but you can use, no problem. Start the www this. So I just want to check whether start is working for this. Like I have my app, so I just want to use start http://myapp.test. Oh, it's instantly starting this application. It's very good. So we have learned something new, like using command you can start your application very quickly. Okay, where we are. So does it? Yes, we have a lot of unused URL. Okay, now next pretty URL, my site local. You can change this test to any name if you want, dev.com, something like this. So you can set this pretty URL inside preferences. At present it is like .test. You can change this to any other name, like you can use .com, but it will not run on the internet because we know the reason why. Here is a little bit advanced documentation about how it works. Anyway, this is not our scope. So you can create a Laragon app very quickly within few minutes. Instead of few minutes, you can install it in few seconds. This is how it installs. You can add any packages very quickly, including Sublime or other. So it is giving you more capability. You can explore those language. For example, if you are a Go language learner, for the first time you want to use Go language, the Laragon will provide you this environment to run your Go language app very quickly. Now in WW, this project, there is a share section. In the share the URL, we will be automatically copied to the clipboard of you and sent to your friend or customer, and you can share your project at the same time. So WW use ng-org feature. So what is this ng-org? Is there any website available for ng-org? ng-org is an application delivery platform. You can sign up for free. I think they have a pricing option for free project, but you can, after installing that, you can automatically share your application too, but there is some pay-as-you-go model for this. What are the options they are giving? So I think it is giving you option to make your application live instantly, but if you have your own web server, you can copy and upload them instantly. So I'm going to menu section and I want to check out WW and share. So share which project you want to share, and this is the reason where US, Europe, etc. you need an authorization token and auto. So share your project with ng-org. Okay, so here you can generate a QR code for sharing your project, which is with this project. That here you can check the status, just like your local host will be replicated to a live project like this, and ng-org.io. Let me explore in URL ng-org.io. Oh no, so it is not visible in the internet. ng-rok, made a mistake. ROKNUR. Yes, there are some sites that are already running there. I don't know what is there. Okay, so this is the local host. It is now running there, and the number of requests is there. Okay, stuck on what about engineering council cannot visit web pages. So we don't need this information right now because we know how to install this. One interesting thing is you can synchronize with the Google Drive, USB and computer, so that if your database size is very big or your file size is very big, you can connect this file sharing platform with your application data. So it will keep your data safe. How to synchronize with cloud? Is there any option to synchronize this with cloud, like service import? In general, it is not visible. Okay, I'm interested to upload my files to Dropbox or Google Drive so that the files are, so you can check the add Laragon part 2. So Laragon has isolated environment built-in, it does not affect your OS. So here let me check how this path is actually working. Tools and go to path, remove Laragon path, manage path. So here I can see all these paths: Laragon Bean, Laragon Apache, Composer, and the user base system. A lot of paths about various applications are there. Very interesting. Now if it is required for your project, like you want to know where this application is running, you can check out this path. Now disposal in Laragon, you can throw away a runtime environment at will. Don't need to Apache bin folder, just delete the bin folder. Do not need Nginx, delete the Nginx folder. Do not need a obsolete PHP, remove the PHP folder. Yeah, so this part I understood. That suppose you are developing as a application using the latest version of PHP and you don't need the older versions, then delete this older version. That's it. Very simple, fast, understood. And Laragon is very lightweight. That part is also understood. How much application it is costing? For example, I can check out this. Laragon is taking around 10 MB space. It is 32 bytes. So is there any 62-bit version available for Laragon? Because I see that it is 32 byte. So 2 MB is claiming, but actually it is using 10 MB. So I just want to check Laragon 64 bits. Laragon 64 bits. So it is 64 bit, but why it is showing 32 bits here? Is it necessary to download and update my version? I'll check this, no problem. At this moment I just want to keep this. There is no difference of using 62 or 32. Is 64 would be a little faster, but the way it is responding, there is no need to change this. So here X is the terminal Windows contains. Laragon has many features that work furthermore and easy to start without like this. So access the terminal. You can access terminal from anywhere, like on desktop. You are right now on desktop, and you can access the terminal of I want to open the terminal. Here another terminal is there, but this terminal is not working, and I don't know how to remove this. Open this terminal, it instantly open the PowerShell. I just want to open this terminal, this particular terminal, CMDR. How to add this on my right click, because I see there is another terminal is not working. So let us fix this. So here we see the password with one click, generate or reset password, PHP MySQL generate or reset password, change password, DB version, everything is there. Starting to PHP my admin is very fast, no problem. And then this is one thing, the terminal window, access terminal window. I want to change the setting, and you can also create some SSL, which is very important. Like you want to check all URL working as per the SSL certificate. So how to do this? Go to menu section and go to Apache, okay, and go to SSL. So enabled. So let me enable this. Now it is SSL enabled. So now this site is not secure. I'm going to check whether it is working with HTTPS. If it is not working, my oh yes, it is now working. It is showing that it is secured. So this is how you can enable this clock, little green clock, which is like SSL. It is an SSL for your local host, okay, and you can make your application secure. Laragon will auto generate an SSL correspondence certificate to Laragon root ECT SSL and update your virtual host. Okay, so it is doing a lot of work of a developer behind the scene, just like a helper. So I just want to check these whether it is exactly working like this. So go to root and then etc, then SSL. Go to root, then etc, then SSL. Yes. So a kind of key and a certificate is generated. We see that digital certificate is generated here locally for your application, which is fantastic. Okay, now easy to extend. What does it mean? Easy to extend is a using profile, file. So file is an article in Heroku. file. Heroku app encode file that specify the command that are executed by the app on the startup. So you can use the file to clear a variety of process in your app's web browser, multiple type of work process, a singleton process such as clock, and tasks run before a new release deploy. So Procify is a txt file and it is written in some format like this, and it mentions various type of web process. So Heroku has created this architecture for mentioning various process involved during development and deployment. So basically, a Procify is not technically required to deploy a simple app written using Heroku supported language. We are not, and this is not the scope of discussion today about Heroku, but here in Laragon and the menu, Laragon has this Procify option. Why? How it is working? And Laragon makes Procify more convenient using GUI, graphical user interface. On Laragon, all the Procify are displayed under menu and Laragon. So let's go to menu and Laragon, and there is an option called Procify. So what is Procify? We understood. And you can add auto run to make the process auto trigger when Laragon started. You can hide a process if you command process, like for example PHP artisan serve. You can set some PWD or path of the current process. You can, so here I just want to check out the current specify file of my Laragon. Okay, it is like a text file, so it is showing that it's a program auto run. Program name will be displayed on the Procify tool menu. This is example my cool app auto runs tool. This is some example where you want to run it, at which board, and there was some to run it this. So this is like a specific requirement of a developer when he wants to run some specific tool on specific URL. This is the example. So PWD is case sensitive, auto run is case sensitive. Using some changes on Procify, you can specify which app will run on which terminal. Modern, why it is modern? Because I think this font is little small, not easy to read, and provide you a modern clean dashboard menu, which I agree, no problem. So it is powerful because under one umbrella you are getting so many development environment, and you can play around 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 languages. I am not a Java or developer, but yes, I will try Python sometime, or Flux, Node main for app development, etc. So we are almost at the end of the tutorial about Laragon. So here is the mail catcher function. Where is, for example, your app is sending any sort of mail using mail function, the mail will be displayed for 3 seconds. You can change the setting from here, or you have to go to the settings section, go to mail catcher. You can increase the duration of displaying this mail so that it is visible for a second. Generally, when you are developing something and there is a feature like sending a mail, it will display there. I don't know for what reason it is not showing on my Laravel installation. I'll figure out this by testing, but this is the process. Next is mail sender. That means you can also send mail using your Gmail account from your Laragon. For example, you can set these Gmail username password here in this preference box and send a test mail. But remember one thing, that if your Google account has the two-step verification like sending SMS kind of thing, then Google will not allow this sort of service. And so this feature is somehow not working in Laragon for some Gmail account for security purpose. Okay, but it is not necessary always. But the most important thing is terminal, because as a developer you are going to use terminal frequently for the development purpose, like installing any app, adding some new packages, etc. So at present Laragon is using the CMDR, is a powerful terminal which is actually an updated version of this conimo. Windows terminal is very old and very popular. It gives you the command line platform for Windows. It works like a shell programming window, but actually it is not a shell, it looks like a shell. So if you want to know more about this particular terminal, there are some screenshot available. Specifically this screenshot explain that how you can use this command prompt for various advanced level tasks, programming tasks, but this is not scope of our today's discussion. If you are interested, you can go to this screencast. Especially this one video is giving a full overview of this command prompt. At present my conimo is not working. I have not installed it, but let me download this mirror, and it is a small 7 MB file. You can download it from GitHub, but last time it is. So I'm going to install it as an administrator. It's quite a safe file. Default installation folder is conimo. Next, I accept. Next, install. It's taking a little bit of time, but no problem. In the meantime, we can check out some hotkeys or the shortcuts that you can utilize for this finish. Now I think this terminal will work. Still it is not working. When I start the terminal, it's the same terminal. Okay, I need to restart. Stop, and let's restart everything. Now starting terminal, same command window. Next, you can add additional software like PHP myadmin. You can upload these to the bin folder. There is a tutorial available. Probably the forum is now not working because the owner is not running it and redirecting users to these GitHub account, and it is a very busy community discussion forum about Laragon. You can see 3 hours ago one person has posted this problem. Any idea? PHP version Laragon terminal work fine on serve. So you can comment, sign up, and you can join this community. You can help people who are searching for some help as a developer. There are other tutorials available about changing the PHP version and Apache version. You can also add Java 9 to your Laragon for the people who are interested in Java programming. Now the last comment about the developer is very interesting. He last updated it in 2019. Is Laragon free? Answer is yes, it is free forever. And another question, why Laragon is free? And this answer actually resonate me, because I feel happy when developing Laragon and then making money. and it is true. And this is the reason why I am also making this tutorial, because when I share technological tutorial, I feel happy rather than making money and doing some stuff. So anyway, so there is some benchmark. My first word when using Laragon for the first time was wow. I have never experienced such speed either on server or local development environment, and I love it. So this is a recommendation from a developer. There are many other comments. There are some themes available, but this is not the scope of our work. There are some translation available from Vietnamese version, for Vietnamese version. So people has contributed in the translation. Here is the contribution by various developer. So we have completed the documentation discussion of Laragon, why Laragon is so popular. We covered these things. It is one of the 100 awesome development tool according to the key Jane, and you can see the platform of top 100 development tool in this particular article. In another video I'll try to cover this, like why these are so popular, what is the job scope of this type of tools, and then it is features on various other articles. You can also get some videos over the YouTube about Laragon in various languages like English, Spanish, French, and Arabic, even in Hindi. So no one has prepared a video in Bengali. Let me try it. I will contribute in this section. I will try to contribute in this section. So I will need some editor permission for that. Okay, so I'll try. So here you can download and install. How to install, about page we have covered, and community is now stopped. So thank you very much for watching this video. I think you have learned everything about Laragon from its documentation. Thank you so much. See you guys in the next episode.
Hello friends, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another episode. It is a coding bootcamp, and I have a plan of sharing how to learn coding using a programming language, and I have selected PHP here. So let us assume that I don't know nothing about PHP, and it is for first time I am trying to learn what is PHP. So time to time I will take help from online resources that help me in understanding this language. In general, I have only a very little idea what is a programming language. A programming language is the way to communicate with a computer, right? So if you want to solve a problem using coding, you want to give some step-by-step instruction to computer for solving a task, we use programming. Like human being communicate with other human being through a language. So similarly, if you want to communicate with a computer, you need to learn one language. You need to understand various type of syntax, and these concepts are very valuable for this. If you are a beginner level learner for who wants to learn one particular programming language, then this place is suitable for you, because we are going to use very simple language for explaining the matter that you want to learn. So spend some time, at least 2 hours here, for understanding this programming language PHP, and let's see how it works. So first question that we face in our mind, like
it is a backend development tool. So here we have a curriculum for backend development: introduction, fundamentals of PHP programming, then web development with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, then PHP development, then collaborating with Git for version control, understanding the scope of the project and how to write something for as a scope, advanced PHP programming, or then continuous learning for improvement is necessary. So here is a course and how to start your own project, etc. These are the curriculum of this project. So this is a outline of this bootcamp, and I think we'll need sufficient time for completing this. But let's start. Every long journey start with your first step. So here, come to my whiteboard so that I can write something while discussing. So first of all, let us try to understand the basic configuration of a computer, and this is how computer work. Suppose this is your computer, just a box. You input some input, and you also input some program, and as a result you get some output. So input are some variables, and you do some mathematical operation and you get some output. Suppose you are considering a is equal to 5 and b is equal to say 6, or yes, b is equal to 6. You are writing a program. That program is calculating c is equal to a plus b, very simple, and you are printing what is c, and the result is c is equal to 11. So it is the step-by-step process of doing a simple program. Now PHP is a server-side programming language. What is server? When we, very simple, when we request www dot a website URL, we request a file from a computer located far away from our location, and that computer sent you that file in the form of a web page, and this computer has suppose a database, and the page content is written in this particular database. So what is when you are requesting some kind of URL, the server is processing that request and preparing that page for you, and in this page you see some picture, some text, etc. So server process this page using a hypertext preprocessor language, and PHP is a server-side language. When a program run on a client browser and process that calculation, we call that page is a client-side programming language. Now we are going to depend on some internet resource to understand what is PHP. Dear friend, what is PHP? PHP.net is the website for learning PHP, because this is the official documentation of PHP. According to the recent update, the latest version of PHP is 8.5. Let us see what is this website saying about this.
A popular general-purpose scripting language that is especially suited to web development. Fast, flexible, and pragmatic, PHP powers everything from your blog to the most popular websites in the world.
So we understand that PHP is the backend technology that is powering your blog to most popular website. Once upon a time, PHP wrote Facebook and Wikipedia, but nowadays there is some advancement. But here we see the latest version of PHP is 8.2. So if you look at the documentation area, documentation link, you can find the documentation in various language. So let us check the English language first, and in English language you will see some sample tutorials, a manual of PHP. So let's click on the get started section. First the introduction, and introduction section, what is PHP? Here you get a definition of PHP. What is this definition?
PHP, recursive acronym for PHP, hypertext preprocess, is a widely used open-source general-purpose scripting language that is especially suited for web development and can be embedded in HTML.
So you can embed PHP in an HTML page. So here in this screenshot you can see these are the HTML. I assume that you already have some basic understanding of HTML, and PHP is inside this. So now you can see PHP is started with an opening tag and a closing tag. Inside this line is a PHP code, and here echo means this is going to print this particular line. Now it is very easy what we can do using PHP. Let us try to listen from the website, official website.
Anything. PHP is mainly focused on server-side scripting, so you can do anything any other CGI program can do, such as collect form data, generate dynamic page content, or send and receive code. But PHP can do much more.
So you can do almost anything using PHP, as we understand. So basically it is a server-side scripting. Let us try to understand technically what is server-side scripting. I think this explanation is good enough for this.
Server-side scripting. This is the most traditional and main target field for PHP. You need three things to make this work: the PHP parser, CGI or server module, a web server, and a web browser. You need to run the web server with a connected PHP installation. You can access the PHP program output with a web browser, viewing the PHP page through the server. All these can run on your home machine if you are just experimenting with PHP programming.
So we need a server for running PHP. We can start the server on our home machine. So you can download WAMP, is a software, or you can download WAMP. WAMP is a software. You can install it with the help. WAMP is basically a local server. What it provides, let's see.
WAMP server is a web development platform on Windows that allows you to create dynamic web applications with Apache 2, PHP, MySQL, and MariaDB. WAMP server automatically installs everything you need to intuitively develop web applications. You will be able to tune your server without even touching its setting files.
Okay, so instead of WAMP, you can also use Laragon, is another software, and it is also free. So what is Laragon? It is a
modern and powerful, easy operation, productive, portable, fast, effective, awesome.
So many qualities are there. Click on download and you can download the full version here. And what it is providing, you are getting all those software with Laragon.
Apache 2.4, Nginx, MySQL 8, PHP 8, Redis, Memcached, Node.js 18, NPM, Git.
Okay, so installation process is very simple. I don't think you need the step-by-step process for how to show the Laragon. Here the Laragon is installed here. So with Laragon you are getting all the software. PHP 3.8.1 is installed there, Apache 2.4 is installed, then MySQL. So you are getting all those software. Even Python is also installed in it. So it is giving you the development environment. So we have created many folders here. So suppose our test folder, we are going to do our coding here. So here we have created one simple page using index.php, and we are going to open it using our Notepad++ editor or Visual Code. You can download Visual Code at free of cost. What is Visual Code? So what is Visual Code? Visual Code is a IDE.
Visual Studio Code, also commonly referred to as VS Code, is a source code editor made by Microsoft with the Electron framework for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS.
Okay, now go to their website and download it. Very simple. You can download the exe file and install it. So here I have installed this and this. Here if you write simple exclamatory sign and emit then 10 tab, you can see it is automatically writing an HTML page. Save. here we can write simple one, hello world, save. This is your first HTML page, and this page is running on server. The server URL is test php.test/ folder name is 6 hello world. Here if we make some hello world 2, save, and we can see the refresh this page, the change is there. So we can make this page little bit small here so that it is visible, the output is visible, and here we can add one more number, save 2023, and refresh this page, press F5, yes, 3. So here we are going to write our PHP code. So let us write the first PHP code here. Simply echo hello world 123 and semicolon. You have to write quotation mark PHP, then you have to close this quotation mark PHP, save. Let's see the output here. Refresh the page, hello world 123. Okay, we have written our first PHP code. We want to know more about PHP. There is command line script is available. So what is the use of this command line?
Command line scripting. You can make a PHP script to run it without any server or browser. You only need the PHP parser to use it this way.
Okay, this is for your general knowledge. It is actually platform independent. PHP can run on any operating system, and you can also develop desktop application using PHP, but primarily PHP is used for web development. Okay, now start some simple tutorial. What do I need for starting my PHP page? Let us try to learn from here.
In this tutorial, we assume that your server has activated support for PHP and that all files ending in .php are handled by PHP. On most servers, this is the default extension for PHP files, but ask your server administrator to be sure.
So we have PHP running on this particular server. That's why the code was showing. Okay, now don't need to worry about this. We also need a database and database also running here. The installation process is very simple with software like WAMP or Laragon. You can also install individually the PHP, Apache, and MySQL, but this one software, there is another software is called XAMPP. So XAMPP is also a popular software you can use as a solution. What is XAMPP?
XAMPP is an easy to install Apache distribution containing MariaDB, PHP, and Perl. Just download and start the installer.
So it is available for all the operating systems. Okay, let's move to our tutorial. So this is the first page. You can use single quote or double quote. Within this code you can also use PHP tag. Let me check what happens if we use this code here. Save and refresh this page. Same, it is not printing the HTML. If I use H2 for this time, it is my operating system for it. Are you able to see this? Yeah, H2. Is it going to print H2 or directly using the HTML code? You can see it is using the HTML code. So within this single quotation mark you can use some HTML tag as well. Okay, now let's move to how this code is working. So here when the PHP server see that particular tag, it start converting this line of code into, and actually it execute this line of code, and when it see there is a close PHP close tag, it is not going to read as a PHP code. It just read it as HTML. So here is the line.
If everything is configured correctly, this file will be parsed by PHP and the following output will be sent to your browser.
So this process is called parse. So when PHP convert the code on your browser, it is called parse. Let me understand a little bit more.
If you tried this example and it did not output anything, it prompted for download. or you see the whole file as text, chances are that the server you are on does not have PHP enabled or is not configured properly.
Okay, so if we start just creating a page and try to open it on through browser.php file, then it will be downloaded. It will not execute this thing. We can test it, like we are going to open this particular file, open with, say, okay, we are going to open this from browser. Simply Control O, open, giving the location, open, and we're trying to open this PHP file. You can see it is just opening the code. It is not actually giving you the output, the kind of output you are looking for. So that means there is no server. And when we are opening this using this URL, like php.test is the URL created by Laragon, and then the folder name, and actually there is index.php. It is showing this. If we change this name like index1, now again visit this, not found, but if we write index1, we can see it. Okay, so we get some idea. Let's move to our next topic, some useful information. Using this code, you can print the server agent. So let me copy and paste this code here, save, and see what is the server agent. And this particular refresh, it is not, oh, I see, it is actually saving as index.php. okay, no problem. Here is the information about the server. So it is Mozilla 5. This Chrome. Okay, now let's move to another topic, dealing with form. This is how we can create a form using PHP. Like, this is a form. We are going to print this form here, save, then refresh this page. We can see a form. When we are going to submit this form will send its data to a PHP page called action.php, and we'll need to create one action.php file so that these data are sent to that particular file. So let's see how this documentation is talking about this.
One of the most powerful features of PHP is the way it handles HTML forms. The basic concept that is important to understand is that any form element will automatically be available to your PHP scripts.
So here is the code for the action file. Copy. We are going to write one action.php file. Let us open this action.php file, paste, save. Here name and age are printed from the file. So here in this particular page we are writing name test and age is 25. Submit. Hi test, you are 25 years old. So you can see the dynamic feature. When you submit one form, it is taking the data and printing it on this. How it is working, let us try to understand. When you submit this form hit this action, and when it goes to action, it is filtering this data that is coming from this form, from this name input box, and it is printing a line, hi test, you are 25 years old. Okay, now let us try to understand some other information that we are included in this course. An overview of course, our expectation, goals, setting up environment. We understand how to set up the environment. Now PHP syntax, control structure, function and classes, object oriented programming concept, debugging. Okay, and let us focus on these areas. So first of all, we will get some questions on this topic. First interview question. First topic would be like, what is PHP? So PHP is a all-purpose server-side language. Who invented PHP? Rasmus Lidov in 1994, and it is developed for dynamic web application development. And some of the unique feature of PHP. Let us find out some unique features of PHP. Friend, let us first try to understand some unique feature of PHP. And first of all, it is simple, and it has the simplicity. So
Simplicity. PHP is designed to be simple and easy to learn, making it accessible for beginners. Its syntax is similar to C and other programming languages, making it familiar to developers from various backgrounds.
So as it is similar to C, generally students learn C when they start programming. So with that knowledge, you can start learning PHP. That is one side. Second feature is it is server-side scripting. By server-side scripting, let us try to understand what is it.
Server-side scripting. PHP is primarily used for server-side scripting, which means it runs on the server and generates HTML output to be sent to the client's browser. This allows dynamic content generation and interaction with databases and other server-side resources.
Okay, and it has a very big supportive community. Around the world, many programmers use PHP. As a result, you will get many answer on Stack Overflow. Even you can, if you find any problem, you can ask ChatGPT. You can find answer in Google. You can use Google Bard as well. So there is a big supportive community. So
PHP is a cross-platform language, which means it can run on various operating systems like Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Unix. It is also supported by a wide range of web servers, including Apache and Jinx.
Then it has a robust database support. That means you can develop application using many databases like MySQL, PHP, Postgres, Oracle, and SQLite. So
PHP has built-in support for a wide range of databases, including MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, and SQLite. This makes it easy to interact with databases and perform tasks like data retrieval, insertion, and modification.
one more important feature is library and framework. Libraries means there are already ready to use functions available that you can utilize during programming, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. And frameworks are actually providing you some ecosystem that you can easily start your development as a developer. So let's see what is this feature.
PHP has a vast ecosystem of frameworks and libraries that make development faster and more efficient. Popular frameworks like Laravel, Symfony, and CodeIgniter provide a structure for building web applications, while libraries offer ready-made solutions for common tasks.
Okay, so next point is the embeddability. That means you can embed PHP on HTML page. You can also embed JavaScript on the same page. So it is very helpful for developer.
PHP can be embedded within HTML, allowing developers to mix PHP code with HTML markup seamlessly. This feature, known as inline or embedded PHP, makes it easy to generate dynamic content within web pages.
Another feature is the community support, which we have already discussed. And community support, you will get various blog and tutorial all over the internet.
PHP has a large and active community of developers worldwide. This community contributes to the development of PHP itself, creates libraries and frameworks, and provides support and resources through forums, blogs, and online communities.
Okay, and it has flexibility. So why it is flexible? Let's see.
PHP offers a high degree of flexibility, allowing developers to choose different programming paradigms such as procedural, object-oriented, or functional programming. This flexibility makes it suitable for a wide range of projects and developer preferences.
So what is object-oriented programming? What is functional programming? Or what is procedural programming? We'll discuss this later. And it is scalable. That means you can develop very large application using PHP.
PHP is designed to scale well and handle large-scale applications. With proper architecture and optimization techniques, PHP can power high-traffic websites and handle complex business logic efficiently.
Okay, then you can easily integrate this technology. You can add various type of APIs, web services to your application that is going to help you in advanced development.
PHP can easily integrate with other technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and various web services and APIs. This makes it suitable for building web applications that require interaction with different components and systems.
Okay, so our next question is, how do you create your first PHP script? So I have already demonstrated that this is our first PHP script. We embedded the PHP code on HTML page. We have saved this file as .php file, and here is a form, and this form has an action.php, and how it is dynamic. Like when I am adding another information here, go back to this page. Here I am adding, say, Narayan, and say the page age is 45, and submit. Hi Narayan, you are 45 years old. So it is a dynamic page. So we understood how we can do this. Now let's move to our next topic. What is our next topic? Next topic is, how do you handle PHP errors in PHP? Dear friend, error handling is one of the significant tasks for a developer. When you do some sort of programming, you will face some error. For example, let's say in this particular code, I am going to remove just one simple quotation mark from here, and it is going to create some sort of error. Let's see how our code is responding for this kind of error. Let's move to our PHP 6 page URL. You can see it is showing some syntax error, unexpected identifier. So at the line when the error occurs, it is giving us some references that there is an error on line number 12. Let's see, this line number 12 is showing an error. Okay, so when we are adding this particular quotation mark, once again it is saved. I'm saving this and refreshing this page. The error is gone and it is showing now. And so what kind of error we can handle in PHP? Let's see. So in PHP you can handle script error using error handling techniques provided by this language itself, and there are some common technique. One technique is called displaying error. So what is displaying error? Let's try to understand.
During development and debugging, it can be helpful to display errors directly on the web page. You can enable error reporting by adding the following code at the beginning of your PHP script.
Okay, so we are going to add some code at the beginning of this script. So before starting this, we are adding one PHP tag and then closing it, and inside this we are adding this code, save report all. So when we are browsing this page, at present there is no error, and I'm going to create one error intentionally, just removing the first code, save, and let's see how it is handling. Refresh. It is giving me just the line number 15 has this error, this kind of error. Okay, so you have to add this for displaying all error. So what is the result of using this code?
This will display all types of errors, warnings, and notices on the page, helping you identify and fix issues. However, it's important to disable error display in a production environment for security reasons.
Okay, so it is recommended that when you are on a production environment, you have to disable the error so that any third party cannot access your error reports. Another error is error logging. So what is error logging function?
Instead of displaying errors to the user, you can log them to a file or a system log. This is useful in a production environment where you don't want to expose sensitive information to users. To log errors, you can use the error_log function.
Okay, so this is another method. So suppose you don't want to display this error on this particular page. Instead, you want to create one error log on your server about this. Then what to do? So you can use this code. What is the meaning of this code? You are keeping this error on a particular error log file, and you are going to add this. So if there is any error, it will create the error log. Save and refresh it. Again, it is showing, so it will create some error log on the server. This is one process, and another process is custom error handling.
PHP allows you to define custom error handlers using the set_error_handler function. This gives you more control over how errors are handled in your application. Here's an example.
So you can use a function like this for error handling. So this is a customized way of handling error. What is the benefit of customized error handling?
In the custom error handler function, you can define your own logic to handle different types of errors based on the $no parameter. You can log the errors, send notifications, or take appropriate actions based on your application's requirements.
Okay, so there is another advanced another error handling process is there, which is called try and catch.
PHP also supports exception handling, which allows you to catch and handle exceptional conditions in your code. By throwing exceptions, you can separate error handling logic from the regular code flow. Here's an example.
So this example is like this. This try and catch, here you will write the code that you want to check. If it shows some sort of error in this section, then you are going to display the error. I think it is not visible on the screen because of my video. Okay, so here it is like this, try and catch. Here you will write the code that you want to check, and here will be the exception code. So these are 3-4 types of error handling. Let's move to our next question about PHP. Our next question is, what are some best practice in PHP development? So we have to follow some best practices for PHP development so that your application is more secure. You want to keep your application secured from any external attack like malware or cross-site scripting error. There are different kind of errors possible. Let us try to learn more about the best practice of PHP development. First point,
use a coding style guide. Following a consistent coding style guide, such as PSR 12, PHP standards recommendation, helps make your code more readable and maintainable. It also promotes collaboration with other developers. Tools like PHP_code sniffer can automatically enforce coding standards.
So PSR 12, let us search PSR 12 for PHP. You will find the details here. This is PSR 12 extended coding style. Let us try to learn a little bit about this.
This specification expands, and replaces PSR 2, the coding style guide, and requires adherence to PSR 1, the basic coding standard. Like PSR 2, the intent of this specification is to reduce cognitive friction when scanning code from different authors. It does so by enumerating a shared set of rules and expectations about how to format PHP code. This PSR seeks to provide a set way that coding style tools can implement. Projects can declare adherence to, and developers can easily relate to between different projects. When various authors collaborate across multiple projects, it helps to have one set of guidelines to be used among all those projects. Thus, the benefit of this guide is not in the rules themselves, but the sharing of those rules.
Okay, so PSR, we need to check some example here. I think it is visible. Let us try to understand this example. Here in this example, we see some namespace is declared first, and using this kind of vendors, if any third-party applications are third-party files you are using, then use this kind of things. How to declare the class and functions. So if you are beginner level learner, so this is little bit overwhelming for the beginner, but once you understood how to create a class, how to declare the namespace, you will find this is not so difficult. So there are some basic standard rules like about files. Let us try to understand the rules about basic standard code about files.
All PHP files must use the Unix LF, line feed, line ending only. All PHP files must end with a non-blank line, terminated with a single LF. The closing tag must be omitted from files containing only PHP.
The lines.
There must not be a hard limit on line length. The soft limit on line length must be 120 characters. Lines should not be longer than 80 characters. Lines longer than that should be split into multiple subsequent lines of no more than 80 characters each. There must not be trailing white space at the end of lines. Blank lines may be added to improve readability and to indicate related blocks of code except where explicitly forbidden.
Then indentation is very essential. So
code must use an indent of 4 spaces for each indent level and must not use tabs for indenting.
Okay, then regarding declaring the namespace and import statement, there are some rules, and these rules are like this.
The header of a PHP file may consist of a number of different blocks. If present, each of the blocks below must be separated by a single blank line and must not contain a blank line. Each block must be in the order listed below, although blocks that are not relevant may be omitted.
Okay, so these are, you can understand these basic structure that a developer must follow for best practices. Next, avoid repetitive code. That means you have to use some class and function so that you can reduce the number of lines.
Duplicated code can lead to maintenance issues and make your code harder to maintain. Instead, strive to write reusable code by using functions, classes, and libraries. This promotes code reusability and reduces the chances of introducing bugs when making changes.
Okay, and then you have to sanitize your inputs. Suppose you are using some form. In that form, you have to clean this input from the user, because user will try to insert some SQL injunction through this form. So it is very essential to sanitize this input.
Always validate and sanitize user input to prevent security vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, XSS, and code injection. Use functions like filter_var and special cars to validate and sanitize user input before using it in your application.
Then next, you have to prepare the statement for any query. Like you don't use the direct SQL query on your code. So
use prepared statements or parameterized queries. When interacting with databases, use prepared statements or parameterized queries instead of directly injecting user input into SQL queries. This protects your application from SQL injection attacks by automatically handling proper escaping and sanitization of user input.
So next thing is implement input and output filter. Whatever you are importing, use some filter for reducing the XSS attack, the cross-site scripting attack.
Implement input and output filtering. Apply input filtering to validate and sanitize user input, and output filtering to ensure safe output to prevent XSS attacks. Use functions like filter_input and special cars to filter input and special cars or output escaping functions when displaying user-generated content.
So then secure password handling. Password is a very important part when you are storing it into database. So keep your password encrypted. By chance, if the database is compromised somehow, someone can access the database, they can't see the user name and password. They can see the username but they cannot see the password, because you have to encrypt it using some encryption. So let us try to understand this technology with a little more technical words.
Secure password handling. When dealing with passwords, never store them in plain text. Instead, use strong hashing algorithms like BCRYPT or Argon2 and store the hashed passwords. Additionally, consider using salts to further enhance password security.
Okay, so you can do further research on how to use hashing of algorithm for
storing the password. How to generally MD5 functions are used for password, but that is old. You can use some latest classes for this. And let's see what is SQL injection.
Use prepared statements for database queries. To prevent SQL injection attacks, always use prepared statements or parameterized queries when executing database queries. Prepared statements separate SQL code from data, eliminating the risk of malicious SQL injection.
Now, next is protecting against cross-site scripting. See, because you are preparing all those best practices for saving your site from
Protect
malware
against cross-site scripting. XSS attacks can be prevented by properly escaping output using functions like special cars or by using a templating engine that automatically escapes variables. Also, consider using content security policies, CSP, to restrict the execution of unauthorized scripts.
Then keep our dependencies up to date. That means whatever files you are using as a dependent variable or dependent file like jQuery or any third-party files that you are using, they are regularly updated by the community. So you have to update those files, or your site is developed based on some framework, then update that framework. That is very good practice for the security.
Regularly update the PHP version and any external libraries or frameworks your application relies on. This helps ensure you have the latest bug fixes, security patches, and performance improvements.
Then improve some error handling process. Do not expose the error in front of users, and save this error as an error log. That is a good practice. Let's see.
Proper error handling and logging help you identify and fix issues quickly. Implement error handlers and log errors to a centralized location, making it easier to debug and monitor your application.
Then use version control, and version control is helpful when a group of developer working together and developing something as a complex application, and multiple developer using their ideas for adding new increment to the application. For that, version control is very important, and it is one of the best practice of PHP development.
Utilize a version control system such as Git to track changes to your codebase. This allows you to roll back changes, collaborate with other developers, and manage code branches effectively.
And next is unit test. Unit test is one of the major skill of a PHP developer, modern PHP developer. By unit test, you can test a particular part of your PHP code, and it is verifying that all the sections are properly tested before the delivery.
Unit tests verify that individual units of your code behave as expected. By writing tests, you can catch bugs early, facilitate refactoring, and improve overall code quality.
So if any unit is showing any sort of error, then you can bug it, you can make it faster, you can optimize your code. And next is documentation. Documentation is very important, because with the help of documentation, other developer will understand what you have written. Okay.
Well-documented code is easier to understand and maintain. Use comments and documentation tools, example PHP doc, to describe the purpose and usage of your code.
And then optimize the performance of your code. If any section is lazy loading, like you are calling a very large database and trying to query a large database on your result page, and it is lazy loading and it is taking more time, you have to make your application faster using some technique like lazy load, or when you search a large table, use the where statement, limit this result up to say 10 result first, so that quickly the page is generated and it is not making any kind of delay in loading.
Profile your code to identify bottlenecks and optimize critical sections for better performance. Techniques like caching, lazy loading, and database query optimization can significantly improve the performance of your PHP application.
Okay, so what is so we understood the major
best practices of PHP from this discussion. The major points are: number one, follow some guideline like PSR 12 and the PHP coding standard. Avoid any repeat code. Try to use function, class, etc. Try to avoid all kind of vulnerability issues like cross-site scripting or some XSS attacks. Filter all the input and output and manage the error like through error logging. Then save your password encrypted. Do not save the password in plain text. Then also do some unit testing, do some version control, and use some proper documentation and optimize the performance of your code. These are the major best practice that we have discussed in this session. Let's move to our next session. What are the variable in PHP and how to declare them? So this is a very simple question. Let us declare some variable here, and say here we can declare a variable within this PHP code. Let's see, I hope it is not an error. Say $name is equal to get plus. Very simple. Say, and now you echo this line of code where it is showing some error. Yes, now echo this variable $name. You can also use some underscore here, underscore. So this is how you can declare a variable. Save, refresh the page. Where is my page? Okay, here is the get plus. This word is printed here. Okay, that was a very simple question. Let's move to our next question. What is the different type of data supported in PHP? So here in this getting started tutorial, what is next? Let's move to the documentation, English, and here is some basic syntax. So we understood what is the basic syntax here. We understood the commenting as well, how to do comment like double slash, or you can use this slash star slash star slash. Within this you can write this code. And instruction of separation, like you can write some PHP code, then a new line, then a PHP code again. Okay, you can do this. Escaping from PHP, so escaping from HTML. So here you can see the HTML code, then PHP code, and then again HTML code. Now what are the syntax type? Introduction. So these are the syntax type. These are the data types available. Our question was, what are the different type of data types supported in PHP? So every language supports some data types. Here we see PHP.
Every single expression in PHP has one of the following built-in types, depending on its value: null, bool, int, float, floating point number, string, array, object, callable, resource.
So every line is either it has some sort of type. When we declare, say, this one, this is actually a string. So
PHP is a dynamically typed language, which means that by default there is no need to specify the type of a variable, as this will be determined at runtime.
Okay, so like other language, you don't need to define the type of this variable. Here you can see in this particular sample code. Let me maximize a little bit. You can see this one is true or false, that means bool. This one is string, this one is string, this one is an integer. And here using this function you can find out the kind of data type it is. So here we are using this function here in this particular line. Copy, paste, save. Let's see what is the meaning of this line. Don't need to use refresh. So it is a string. Get plus is a string. Suppose I am changing this value to say 100. So now it is an integer. So see, what is the result? 100, it is an integer. Okay, so we can also make it a boolean, like result is true. Save, and let's see, refresh this page. It's a bool and the print is 1. It is not printing true, it is printing 1. Okay, so we understood different types of data types that is supported in PHP. Let's move to our next question. How do you perform arithmetic operation? For performing arithmetic operation, you can use plus, minus, all these mathematical expressions, and this is very simple. Like here I can show you, like this one is a number, say 5, and I'm adding another number, say name 1, and it is also 5 or 10. Very simple. And we are going to print num1 plus num1, and it is, suppose it's num2 is equal to say 0 for now, and we are going to sorry, num1 and num2 is the sum of these two numbers. Now we are going to print num2. Very simple. Print this. So result is 15. See how it is. If I make it say 10, the result will be 20. Right now we can do other operations like multiplication by this star and print it. 10 into 10, 100. We can divide it. 10 by 10 would be just 1. This is how we can do this calculation. We can also use the sign mod. The result will be 0. It is just giving you the reminder. Reminder is 0. We can use these. 10 by 10 is 1, so we can use slash. We can do the subtraction. 10 minus 10 is equal to 0. Okay, sign. So this is how we can do the arithmetic operations in PHP. Let's move to our next question. What are the constant in PHP? So in PHP we can define some constant. So the best way to define the constant is using the keyword define. So say we are defining here the constant name is pi, and we are going to print here say pi. Let's see what is there. Print. So pi is this value. And what type of this, if we just want to check pi using this function, is it working? Let's see. Or is a floating number. Okay, fine. So we understood how to define. So the constant is just like a variable when just it is not changing its value. Okay, let's move to our next question. How do you write a simple conditional statement using the if statement in PHP? I can write it, but let's see where this is available in this documentation. Here you can see an example of the if statement. If this is an integer, the increment is increment it by 4. So this is a simple program, and then bar dumped means resetting this number. Okay, and okay, so we can understand this if statement is a condition. If else, let me use some simple question code for explaining. If suppose this number, we are going to remove this try and catch, and here we are using this code. If this particular number, say this num2 is greater than 0, then say this number is positive. Say refresh this and check this. Refresh. Why it is not printing? So num2 is not greater than 0. Okay, we say using name only. Name is greater than 0. This number is positive. So we understand how to use if condition. Next question is, but let's see our goal. We understood some basic syntax, function and class. So let us try to understand how to write a function. using PHP. So because using function, you can create some code and you can reuse it again and again. So we are going to write one simple function, and let's see, we are taking one new PHP file for that. Here, create a new PHP file, new.php, and this PHP file emit, I'm creating a HTML code body. Here the title of the page is function, PHP function. So we are going to add some code here, PHP code. So first of all, you have to define your function. So within the PHP tag, you are defining your function like this. The function name, say our function name is say test or test all is our function, or any name we can, or trial, the function name is trial. And now you can add some parameter inside this function. So you have to declare it using the keyword function.
Function declaration. Start by declaring the function using the function keyword, followed by the function name. You can also specify any parameters the function will accept within parentheses. If the function does not require any parameters, you still need to include empty parentheses.
So what is the importance of this parenthesis? You understood. Suppose we have a parameter set $name and name1 and $name2. So these are two parameters. This is how we can add two parameters, and then we have to use these curly braces for writing the body of this function. So this section is called the body of the function. This section is called the, is it visible, or I am just discussing it. Okay, so this section is called the body of this function, and this section is called the parameters of the function. And there must be a return statement. So return statement is like return the results. So then you can call this function later, in after writing this, you can call this function like this and then semicolon. So that this is the structure of a function. If the function has some parameter, you have to call it with those parameters, this like this. So here in this function, say we are writing our code like it is a calculator, and we're changing our code like this. It is a calculate sum of number 1 and number 2. Number sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2. And now we are going to print the results. So the code is like this. Result is equal to sum 5 3 and echo result. Save. Now let's check this output. We are expecting the output is 8. So let's see where is our code. Okay, here new.php, result is 8. Make it large. Okay, so result is 8. If we change the number like 500 and say 300, so the expected result would be 800. Let's see. Yes, it is 800. So we can create a simple function using this code. Now we understand how to write a function. We can make this function more complex within this calculation section. We can add some if and else conditions, etc. Now let's move to our next question. Okay, we are here, function and class. What are the difference between if and else and switch case statement? So these are conditional statements. Let us try to understand the differences. We are going to discuss about the difference between if else statement and switch case statement with some example. Let us try to understand what is the thing.
The if else statement and the switch case statement are both conditional control structures in PHP used to make decisions based on certain conditions. However, they differ in their syntax and usage.
Okay, so first let's try a if condition. So we are creating another PHP file, if.php, and here we are using this emit, and here we are adding our PHP tab, and within that we are placing this code. Let us try to understand this code. So day is equal to Monday. If day is equal to Monday, it is the start of the week, If day is equal to Friday, it is the end of the week, else it is just another day. Okay, so we are expecting that this code will display it is start of the day, because we are adding this day as Monday here. Okay, save and try to run this. Test is if.php. And it is inside 6. Okay, it is the start of the week, and now I am going to change it, say Friday. Save and refresh the page. It is the end of the week because the logic is stopping here. And if we change this like Tuesday and try to save, it is just another day. But it is not smart, because if I write anything, then it is also using, it is just another day, because this is just a string, and it is, this condition is checking with the string value is a specific value or not. Now we want to use we want to program the same program using switch statement. Okay, so what is going on there? Let's see.
The if-else statement allows you to evaluate a single condition and execute different blocks of code based on whether the condition is true or false. It provides more flexibility in handling complex conditions by using multiple if-else blocks.
Okay, now let us try to explain this example.
In this example, the if-else statement checks the value of the variable $day and executes different blocks of code based on the condition. If the value is Monday, it prints it's the start of the week. If the value is Friday, it prints it's the end of the week. Otherwise, it prints it's just another day.
So we understood how it is working. Let us create another PHP file, which is called switch sw.php, and here we write the same and placing our code here inside a PHP tab. Now paste, save. Now it is a switch case statement. Again, the day's value is Monday. Let's see the output SW. It is just another day. It is the start of the week. So let us try to understand how this code is working.
The switch case statement is used when you have a single expression and want to compare it against multiple possible values. It provides a more concise way to handle multiple conditions compared to multiple if-else blocks.
Okay, now let us explain this code.
In this example, the switch case statement evaluates the value of the variable $day and matches it against different cases. If the value is Monday, it executes the code block under the Monday case. If the value is Friday, it executes the code block under the Friday case. If none of the cases match, it executes the code block under the default case. The break statement is used to exit the switch block after each case is executed.
Okay, now what is the difference now? We have both this code, if and switch. We can see one by one. Then what is the difference?
The key differences between the if-else statement and the switch case statement are: the if-else statement allows for more complex conditions and multiple checks, while the switch case statement compares a single expression against different values. The if-else statement is more flexible and can handle a wider range of conditions, whereas the switch case statement provides a more concise and structured way to handle multiple cases.
So when we are going to use if-else and when you are going to use the switch case?
When choosing between if-else and switch case, consider the specific requirements and readability of your code. If you have a simple condition with a few possible values, the switch case statement may be more suitable. For more complex conditions or multiple checks, the if-else statement offers greater flexibility.
Okay, great. Now let's move to our next question. How do you repeat action using while loop? So let us try to understand first what is while loop. So the while loop in PHP allows you to repeatedly execute a block of code as long as the condition is true. So let us try to create one example code here first. So our file name is, say, while WL, say .php. Okay, and as usual, and we are going to write a very simple code here with PHP and paste. So here i's value is, we have to use proper indentation here. I's value is 1. Then it will check
whether its value is less than or equal to 5, and it will increase the value of I, and then it will execute till it reaches to 5. So let's see this. The title of the page is WHIL save. Okay, let's move to our file wl.php. So 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, is printing. If we change it to 15, it will print up to 15. See, refresh this page, it is printing up to 15. Okay, now what is the difference between we can use do while as well for the same code. So what is the difference between do while and while? Dear friend, in this session we will try to understand the difference between three loops: do while and for, using the same file. So in PHP they are very important.
In PHP, the do while, and for loops are used for repetitive execution of code. They differ in their syntax and the way they check and control the loop execution.
So first start with while loop. You can see a very simple while loop, and it is I is a variable. It is started from 1, and then we run it up to 5, and here this is I is a counter actually, and we can change this code simply like this. Okay, now what is the meaning of this code here?
In the example above, the while loop runs as long as the condition $counter5 is true. It increments the value of $counter in each iteration and echoes its value. The loop stops when the condition becomes false.
Okay, so we run this Control S, and we are going to run this file. So it is printing from 0 to 4. Why it is starting from 0? Because the counter is starting from 1. So if we start from 1, it will start from 1 to 4. Replace, it will start from 1 to 4. Okay, now we are going to write another code using do while. Save, and we are going to print it. It is also printing from 0 to 4. Here it is started from 0, and the counter is increasing after echoing this number, and it is stopped when this condition is fulfilled. It will run till this condition is working. So what is the explanation of this code?
In this example, the do while loop executes the code block at least once because the condition is checked after the first iteration. It echoes the value of $counter and increments it until the condition becomes false.
Okay, now we want to check the same code using for. We are commenting off this area for better understanding, and doing the same tasks using for loop. Go to print, is printing the same thing. Now here again the first code. This is while code, this is do while, and this is for code. Now what is the difference between all these functions? All this code is printing the same output, but what are the difference between them?
Key differences. The while loop and do while loop check the condition before and after each iteration, respectively, while the for loop checks the condition before each iteration. The do while loop guarantees the execution of the code block at least once, while the while and for loops may not execute the code if the initial condition is false. The for loop is typically used when the number of iterations is known in advance, whereas the while and do while loops are suitable for cases where the condition may change dynamically during runtime.
So we understood the major differences between these three loops from developer point of view. Okay, let's move to our next question. Can you give an example of using do while loop? So we can give the example of a do while loop like this, no problem. Next question, how do iterate over a collection using for each loop? So let us try to understand more about what is for each loop. So we are going to create one new program for that. Let's say this new program is for each. Here we are with emit. Okay, now here, for what is for each loop?
In PHP, you can use the for each loop to iterate over elements in an array or objects that implement the traversable interface. The for each loop automatically iterates over each element in the collection, allowing you to perform actions on each item without explicitly managing an index or counter.
So here is the syntax for each loop. So we have declared an array of different fruits, and we are going to print all these fruits here. Let's see what is the output for each. So all these fruits are printed. If we add one more fruits here, what is your favorite fruit? Say coconut. Now print it, refresh, coconut is there. Okay, now let's move to the code explanation. What does it mean?
In this example, the for each loop iterates over each element in the $fruits array. In each iteration, the current element is assigned to the variable $fruit, and the code block within the loop echoes the value of $fruit followed by a line break. The loop continues until all elements in the array have been processed.
Okay, so why it is so important?
It's worth noting that the for each loop can also provide access to the array keys in addition to the values. This can be useful when you need to work with both the keys and values of an array.
Okay, so suppose we are going to declare our array with key and value like this. Now is it going now we are going to change this line of code here little bit like a peer value, and now it can display the color as a peer value. If we add one more peer value like coconut, and the color of coconut is green, then what will happen? This state, refresh, coconut is green. Okay, now explain this code.
In this example, the for each loop assigns the array keys to the variable $fruit and the corresponding values to the variable $color. The code block within the loop echoes the combination of the fruit and its color.
Okay, so suddenly we declare this variable color, and it is applied to this for fruits array. It is displaying this. So here is the benefit of using for each.
The for each loop provides a convenient way to iterate over collections in PHP without worrying about array indexes or the length of the collection. It simplifies the code and makes it easier to work with arrays and objects.
Very good. Now let's move to our next question. How do you store data in an array in PHP? Very important question. Let us try to understand it. In PHP, you can store data in an array by assigning value to array elements, and there are two ways of creating an array. You can use this array function, or you can use the square bracket, and we have already given you some example here. We have used this array function, or we can do the same using the square bracket. Very simple, so not a difficult question at all. Let us define this array with the help of the square bracket. At this moment we don't need this color, so we can directly print any fruit using this code. So what is the way of printing this? Here arrow 0 point means the apple, and 1 means the banana, and 2 means the orange. The meaning of this code is like you can add one more item to this array using array push function. So
in PHP, you can store data in an array using several methods, depending on whether you want to add elements dynamically or initialize the array with predefined values.
So first you can declare this whole thing like that, and then you can utilize the simple code for printing this. Let's see whether it is working or not. Yes, it is working fine. So we have declared an array, then we added this value using 0, 1, 0, 2, and then printing this array like this. So this is how you can store value to the same array, and you can also add multiple values. That also work fine. Okay, next question. How do you retrieve the size of an array and exit specific element of PHP element in PHP? So we understood that part. Like this code is actually, we can echo, just we remove for each, and we can simply echo this one. It will print only orange. How can we modify the array's value in PHP? next question. How can we modify the array's value in PHP? For answering this question, we can use this example. First, we are going to declare one fruit. This simple code is going to explain how to add a new item. Like in this array, the 0 position is apple, 1 position is banana, and now we are assigning grabs in this position of banana. And now if we print this particular array, let's see what happened. We'll see apple, grabs, and orange. Apple, grabs, and orange. Reduce this size. Okay, we can modify the value of an array using some functions as well. So here is an example of how to use function. For example, it is an array and we are creating one function here, array map, and the number, and we're going to print this. So here each member of this array is multiplied by 2, and we will see double of these values. Refresh. 2, 4, 6, 8. So how it is working, and let's try to understand this.
PHP provides several array functions that allow you to modify array values. For example, you can use the array_map function to apply a callback function to each element of an array and modify the values.
Okay, this is how we can modify the values using a function, array map. Here in this example, array map function is used to multiply each member of this array by 2. We can also do it by iteration. We'll see this example here. Just using str upper, we are changing each item's name in upper cases. Save and refresh. All members are in upper cases. So this is a function, how it is working.
In this example, the for each loop iterates over each element of the $fruits array, and the values are passed by reference and $fruit. The stupor function is used to convert each fruit name to uppercase, modifying the original values in the array.
Okay, so let's move to our next question. How do you iterate over an array using a loop in PHP? So we already discussed this, how to use a loop using this function. So here is a simple example. This is how we can iterate over an array using a loop. You can iterate over an array using loop like for each loop, and the for each loop automatically iterate over each array element. And here is an example. Let's move to our next interview question on, can you give an example how can you create a user-defined function in PHP? So we already create a user-defined function in PHP here. This one is our user-defined function, and we are just adding 2 number here. And when we are calling this function for calculating the result of this variable, and it is we can input the parameters. So we understood this part. Now how do we pass argument to a function and return value? And this is also clear from this example, the previous example. Here you can see this calculate sum function is taking 2 parameters and it is calculating the results. Okay, so argument are passed to function by listing them within the parenthesis, and you can use a return statement to specify the value to be returned from the function. So here the return statement is used. Now let's move to our next question. What is object-oriented programming? So object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm that revolves around the concept of object, which are instances of class, and OOP allows you to structure the code into reusable classes which encapsulate data and behavior or methods, and it provides concept of inheritance, encapsulations, and polymorphisms, and PHP support OOP with class, object, and related concepts. Then how do you define a class and you can create an object in PHP? So in PHP you can define a class using the class keyword followed by the class name and a code block. Object are created using the new keyword followed by the class name and the parenthesis. And let's use some example. So here
we are going to create one class here in this folder. New file, say car.php is our PHP file, and inside this we are going to declare one class using PHP and PHP close. So this one is our class has property like color and start engine and echo engine started. Now we are going to add this new line for creating a new object. This one is our class. We're using some indentation for proper understanding. So this one is the function. Okay, so this is creating a new class object. Now here we are setting the color of the new car as red, and now we are calling this function, and I hope it will print engine started. Save, and let's run this code. Car engine started. We can also print the color of this object. Okay, let's see. Okay, so what are the some advanced OOP concepts in PHP? Some advanced OOP concepts in PHP are inheritance, where a class can inherit property and method from another class, and it allows code reusing. Polymorphism allows object for different classes to be treated as instances of a common parent class, and encapsulation ensure that the data is accessed through method, provide control over data manipulation. These concepts helps in writing modular and extensible code. So our next question is, how do you define class and create objects in PHP? So we have shown you this is our class, and we have created a new object using the keyword new, then the class name within first parenthesis. Okay, then what are some advanced OOP concepts? Just we have discussed about inheritance, polymorphism, and encapsulation. What are the difference between a function and method in PHP? So during interview, it is important to provide a clear, conscious answer that shows that you understand what is function and class, and feel free to elaborate the answer if it demonstrates that you are confident in analyzing the points. And then what is the now what is the difference between function and method? A function is a block of code. So let's see what is function. We have one example here in this one is a function. So in a function is a block of code that can be called independently, so we can call it independently, while method is a function that is associated with an object and can only called on the object. So functions are defined outside of the class, while methods are defined inside the class. So in this card we have defined this start engine. So start engine is a method here, and this is an independent function. So you understood the difference between the method and the function. What is the difference between the method and the functions? Now what is our next question? Our next question is how to define constructor and destructor. So in PHP, a constructor is a special method that automatically called when a object is created from the class. Let me wait for a sec.
In PHP, a constructor is a special method that is automatically called when an object is created from a class. It is used to initialize object properties or perform setup tasks. The constructor method is defined using the __ construct function within the class. A destructor, on the other hand, is used to perform cleanup tasks before an object is destroyed. It is defined using the __ destruct function within the class. Question: what is inheritance in object-oriented programming (OOP) and how is it implemented in PHP? Inheritance is a concept in OOP where a class can inherit properties and methods from another class, called the parent or base class. The child or derived class inherits the characteristics of the parent class and can also have its own additional properties and methods. In PHP, Inheritance is implemented using the extends keyword when defining a class. Question: what is method overloading and method overriding in PHP? A. Method overloading refers to the ability to define multiple methods with the same name but different parameters in a class. PHP does not support method overloading directly, but you can achieve similar functionality using optional parameters or variable length argument list. Method overriding, on the other hand, occurs when a child class defines a method with the same name and parameters as a method in the parent class. The child class's method overrides the implementation of the parent class's method. Question: how do you create an instance of an abstract class in PHP? An abstract class in PHP cannot be instantiated directly. It serves as a base class for other classes and provides common methods and properties. To use an abstract class, you need to create a concrete class that extends the abstract class and then instantiate the concrete class. The concrete class provides implementations for the abstract methods defined in the abstract class. During an interview, it's important to provide clear and concise answers while showcasing your understanding of using functions and classes in PHP. Feel free to elaborate on the answers or provide additional examples to demonstrate your knowledge and proficiency in utilizing functions, working with classes, and understanding advanced OOP concepts in PHP. In PHP, you can read the contents of a file using the file_get_contents function or by opening the file using the fopen function, reading it line by line using functions like fgts, or reading the entire file into an array using the file function. Question: how do you write data to a file in PHP? To write data to a file in PHP, you can use the file_put_contents function or open the file in write mode using the fopen function, then use functions like write or fputs to write data to the file. Remember to close the file after writing using the close function. Question: how can you check if a file or directory exists in PHP? In PHP, you can check if a file or directory exists using the file_exists function. It returns true if the specified file or directory exists and false otherwise. You can also use the is_file function to check if a path points to a file or the is_dir function to check if it points to a directory. Question: how can you create a new directory in PHP? To create a new directory in PHP, you can use the mkdir function. It takes the directory path as the first parameter and optional flags as the second parameter. The function returns true if the directory is created successfully and false otherwise. Question: how do you list all files in a directory using PHP? In PHP, you can list all files in a directory using the scandir function. It returns an array of all files and directories present in the specified directory. You can then iterate over the array and filter out directories to get a list of only files. During an interview, it's important to provide clear and concise answers while showcasing your understanding of working with files and directories in PHP. Feel free to elaborate on the answers or provide additional examples to demonstrate your knowledge and proficiency in file handling operations. Between SQL and MySQL. SQL, Structured Query Language, is a language used for managing relational databases. It provides a standard syntax for querying and manipulating data. MySQL, on the other hand, is a specific relational database management system, RDBMS, that uses SQL as its language. MySQL is one of the popular RDBMS options available, but there are others like PostgreSQL, Oracle, and SQLite. Question: how do you connect to a MySQL database using PHP? In PHP, you can connect to a MySQL database using the miscli or PDO extension. With miscli, you can use the miscli_connect function to establish a connection by providing the database host, username, password, and database name as parameter. Once connected, You can execute SQL queries and retrieve data from the database. Question: how do you perform CRUD operations? Create, read, update, delete in PHP with a database. A. To perform CRUD operations in PHP with a database, you can use SQL statements. For example, to create a new record, you would use an SQL insert statement. To retrieve records, you would use a select statement. For updating records, you would use an update statement. And for deleting records, you would use a delete statement. These SQL statements can be executed using the appropriate functions provided by the Miscli or PDO extension.
On this channel, you will get some example videos that how to create the CRUD application using PHP. So you will get the link somewhere in the I button, so you can check out this. Or we have a playlist of PHP altogether. Here in this video, we are specially discussing on the interview questions and trying to cover the major areas of knowledge areas that generally asked during an interview, and the company wants to understand that you have sufficient knowledge for starting your job as a junior level PHP developer, because you know everything about this, like what is SQL injection and how to prevent SQL injection. So our next question is, this is a very important question, what is SQL injection and how to prevent the SQL injection in a PHP application. So SQL injection is actually a security vulnerability issue, and for solving this kind of problem, you have to secure your application by following the standard of that we have discussed in the best practice section. So SQL is a security vulnerability when an attacker can insert malicious SQL statement into your application's database query. So generally using form, people add those malicious code. So you have to clean your form data. This is also called sanitization. So this can lead to unauthorized access of your data manipulation, data loss, and to prevent the SQL injection in PHP, you should use prepare statement and or parameterized query and prepare statement preparation and prepare the statement, separate the SQL code from data values, eliminate the risks of SQL injection attack. And then the next question will be like this: how can we handle error when working with databases in PHP? So generally an application shows error when database is not connected, or there is some extensions related issue, some extension is not working. So when you're working with a database in PHP, you can handle error by checking the error condition after executing database query. The MySQLi and PDO extension provide the functions like MySQLi error underscore error and PDO : error info is a function to retrieve error message and error code. You can use this function to log the errors and display meaningful error message to user and take some appropriate action based on the error encounters. So during the interview, it is important to clarify your understanding that you have practical knowledge of how to handle this error that we have discussed right now. Our next question is relevant to the XML. Generally you have to work with XML. XML is a markup language for structured data, so you need some basic understanding of XML, how to parse the XML document, how to work with its element and attribute, and how to convert this XML, convert some response to different XML formats. So what is the XML and why we commonly use it? Full form of XML is extensible markup language. So it is a markup language and it is used for storing data in a human readable format, and it is commonly used because it allows for the
for the exchange of the data between different system and platform. As it is not tied to any specific programming language or database system, XML provides standardized way of representing and organizing the data and making it versatile and widely adopted in various industries. Now the next question is, how can we parse an XML document in PHP? In PHP, you can parse an XML document using different extensions such as simple XML or DOM, and which with simple XML you can use function like simple XML underscore doll underscore load underscore file, or simple XML underscore load underscore string to load the XML document and access the element and attribute. With the DOM extension, you can use classes like DOM document or DOM XPath to parse and navigate the XML structure. So you also need some practical knowledge on how to utilize this. How do you work with XML elements and attribute in PHP? To work with XML elements and attribute in PHP, you can use functions and method provided by XML parsing extension. For example, the simple XML, you can access element and attribute using object properties or methods like element name or get attribute. With the DOM, you can use method like get element by tag name or get attribute to access the manipulate element and attribute. We'll find the documentation of XML related topic on the documentation. How to search this documentation? Let's see. Just go to documentation section, go to XML. So whatever thing you are searching, suppose you want to see the XML load file function, how it is working. So you go and type this here, simple XML load. So you will find the example and sample code here. So here you can see this is the function. It interpret an XML file to an object. So here you can see how to use it. You will find some example code here as well. So you can see this is a test XML file and it is stored here and it is printed here, and if it is failed then it is showing this kind of code. So just you have to understand the use and then you can find the solution. Then let's move to our next question. Our next question is, how can you convert an XML data to another format such as JSON in PHP? So it is a very important question. To convert XML data into other format like JSON, you can parse the XML using the appropriate XML parse extension, and then use the built-in function or library for converting the parse data into JSON. For example, simple XML or DOM can be used. So JSON encoding is a function for that. If you want to encode into JSON associate array, basically it will be displayed as an associate array. Just go to the documentation section, search some relevant code here. So you can see this is how you can use this function. Here you will also find some examples, like here is an array and you can echo this array as a JSON file and the result will be like this in JSON format. So this particular format is a JSON format. This is an array. This is how you can convert an array to a JSON using JSON encode function, JSON underscore encode function. Now let's move to our next question. Our next question is, how can you validate an XML document against a specific XML schema in PHP? So in PHP, you can validate XML against specific XML schema using the libxml use internal error function, and it enable internal error handling, and then use the DOM document schema valid method
to validate the document against the schema. And just you can check out the DOM document related documentation here. You can get some DOM document validation. Here is an example. So here DOM is equal to new document, save as XML. So XML output is like this. You will find some example relevant to this. So during interview, it is important to clarify that you have practical knowledge of how to validate a XML document against specific XML schema. You have to show some examples, so for that it is the practice is necessary. So thank you very much. So we have covered some major interview question of PHP in this session. So I hope this is beneficial for you. Thank you so much for this session. I'll continue this session in the next episode with some more examples. And right now, thank you very much. Also, you can join this course, backend development course of this website, and here we will discuss step by step all the other phases in detail, other topics in detail, so that you can get a good understanding of PHP development. Thank you so much for listening.